See my screen okay? Nice. Jim's going to be a couple more minutes. So I'm just going to warm things up. So we spent more time working on the new timeline system. Got most of the busy work out of the way. So now it's, I can't remember. I always leave myself an error in my code, an intentional error with some to-dos next to it, so I don't have to remember exactly what I was doing. So that's going to be. How's my audio quality, by the way? My microphone's been acting up. Yeah, ASDF. That's what this message is all about. I might move my microphone if it's crappy. Oh, I need to turn up my microphone. Every time I record this, the microphone's super quiet. So I'm going to try to crank that up. Maximum. Remember how? Yeah, there's probably a lot of fan sounds and stuff. I should probably get another mic while it's very beginning of the pandemic when I started teaching. Starting well, starting to getting mixed feedback on my quality. I like to crank this up. Audio. Maximum volume, please. Volume 150%. Let's try 200. Slowly but surely. Eventually I'll land on a number of ones. It should be twice as loud now. Not for you, for the recording. But... Alright, where are my ASDFs at? Right here. Oh, I should probably do a little announcement. Everybody knows. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, that's the comment I get. It's like warbling like I'm underwater, which sucks. Like I have a lapel mic somewhere. I've lost it, but I hate wearing lapel mics. But for my teaching, I'll have to start wearing them. These qualities are very critical. Now I just got it sat in front of me on my desk now. Right, but what are we looking at here? Hey Trigler, hey Daw, how's it going? Whatever happened to the Treg idle game? You should die. Was it you working on it, Trigler? Who was working on the idle Trigler? That was super fun during the final hours of the Kickstarter, doing the little Trigler idle thing. I'd love to finish that off. And we'll bundle it with a game. Do some like Easter egg unlocks or something. Oh no, the score didn't persist. Let me just check if that's still on my GitHub. I will totally put some time aside to work on that. Per 10. That rings a bell.
Hey,
Hey, Jesse.
can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you really quiet. Or I don't know, how's my volume? Maybe it's my volume.
I won't talk much.
Oh, it's my volume.
Just because I was here.
How's it going?
Alright. Just yeah, just doing some writing. So I I suspect you probably won't need my services much.
Oh,
I'll be your regardless in case.
These guys run the show now. We got our core team here. Secrets and numbers. Sounds like he can't make it today. He's like one of our. He's basically a core team member. We got 9 tails. Anybody else? Maybe that matters. I really love doing these streams because we get to talk about.
Oh my god, the trades.
Yeah, I'm actually looking up right now, seeing if I can. What happened? The trade clicker. Oh, it was per 10. So it's actually here's a repo. He added me as a. I could probably fix that saving. I'm loading on it right now. Shall I? I just.
Is Jake coming?
Yeah, he's on his way.
Okay.
While I wait for him, what do you think? 9 tails? You want me to add saving and loading for you? I don't already have it in there. Nope, must be my old computer days.
Yeah, I voice activity. Let me just change it to push to talk. No bothering.
Trade clicker. I can't remember.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't be here last week. The
That's right.
yeah, entire city lost power. There was some sort of transformer station failure. Fortunately, it's all back in just a couple hours, which is pretty impressive. When the entire city gets knocked out, it's back in just a couple hours. You think it's going to be days?
Was it the fires?
I don't think so, but that was obviously everyone's concern. But it's just a weird case that even the transformer boxes at Revelstoke, which is some distance northeast of here, they have a hydroelectric dam. That's where the power comes from. That city itself, or town itself, whatever, it lost its power.
Well,
But the thing, it's not like the dam broke or anything like that. It's just the station was glitched out. And past us, like other power stations were supplying, so it was just us really. It was just a weird case, but they fixed it fast, so everything was okay. Fortunately, it also happened when it was peak heat in the day, so it was already getting cool outside before like the 30 plus degrees centigrade temperature started taking over.
Yeah, nasty. It's been pretty warm here, but nothing like burning. This is a very old version of Unity. You have to update it. Although my Unity hub seems to hit the bucket there. Try that again. So it's been decided. I think we're going to finish Strike Clicker and we're going to put it in bundle it with the game. If Turlands are pretends are okay with that. And maybe we can do some like unlocks to make a certain amount of progress in that and unlock something in the game. That'd be fun. I can't remember this thing. Where was that? I can't remember who was programming it. I can't remember we were pair programming, but I can't remember if it was.
Treg said chat per 10.
Yeah, this is his Git repo. So it was his Git repo. So I can't remember if he was coding and I was just pair programming with him, or if we were working on it together. Let me check the commits. Oh, you commits out. Always lose the commits. Where the hell are the commits? There we Please use that button. Hard to find. Oh yeah, we were working on it together. That makes sense.
Some weird static coming from your side there, Cash.
It might be my fan. Is it static or is it like a fan sound?
It was just cutting in and out going.
Oh. I can't really change much of this end. Is it? It's not our internet. I'm sure
It's no, it's fine now. Although the audio quality improved from your voice a bit when you moved the mic to your different position.
I didn't really move it much. Picks it up, put it down again. Maybe it's a cable.
Oh, okay.
I need to fix
this. It's fine.
this.
You hear you fine. Just sounds a bit like you're coming through a very long toilet tube. So,
I need to
I'm
fix
just
this.
wondering if the audio's.
I need to fix this because of my teaching. It's kind of important. It's not going to be the cable because it's digital, so it's a USB cable. It's not going to be it's on or off. It's not analog. So, let me see if there's any settings in here now. Max volume. There's not much noise settings here. I do have noise suppression on. I'll turn it off. Just let me know how it sounds. So this is noise suppression off.
Okay, that just adds a lot of static.
Is that quiet?
Try again. See something?
Check.
That is quieter. The static.
I mean,
is
the static? And this is me close to the mic, but
okay. That right there, as you're speaking, is pretty good quality.
okay. So the static is actually my fan, and there's not much I can do about it, unfortunately.
Sorry.
So I'm gonna turn noise suppression on. Check. 1 2 1 2.
That's pretty good.
Okay. Well, now it's going back on my desk. That should be more noisy. I'm assuming.
Okay, maybe that was just the effect of the sound. I thought it was like it was echoing through it. Maybe it's just because it sort of sent, well, not really echoing, but you got the effect of it just lying on the tables doing that. I don't know.
It's on the table now. I don't really have a. I did have a boom, but I can't stand those booms. So I also can't stand lapel mics. I just don't like stuff in my face or on my body. Right, triggers. Where are we at? Let's see. Blast in the past. Like egg. I don't remember any of this. TVs. It fell. 2.5. I can't buy that. Oh, we have to click on the text. Does it mean I get more per click? I do. Interestingly, I am fell and I tried this on aspect. No? What's it trying to tell me? What are you saying? What do you find? Okay, the UI is all over the place. Okay, it goes down.
You hear me okay?
Yeah.
That's perfect, yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to help Cash with audio quality, and the comparison is stark. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Me with my mic and cat.
I need to do something about it.
Yeah, it's just the setup there. It's like it doesn't. There's no standards to go with it, so it's sort of an echo effect. It's not much going to be helped right now.
Gotcha.
We're just fixing, saving, and loading quickly on the Treg Hooker.
Yeah, this looks like the final product. I think this is
I can
what our backers
ship
pay
it.
for, right?
I was thinking we should bundle it with a game. We should finish it off and.
No, I think this should be the game.
Okay, yeah.
Like, obviously.
Ask the backers.
Wow.
You want to run that past the backers? Maybe as long as the backers are cool with it, we can just ship this.
Yeah.
It might be some
Maybe
slight disappointment.
So what you're saying is the demo is ready already.
This is
It's
the finished.
just going to
No,
be
this is the finished.
there you go.
Okay, yeah, yours looks. That's what I remember. So hang on a second. When was the last time you changed it? January 26th. That's like that is. Commit comment. That's a really useful commit message. Commit comment. That's code we changed. Lean tween. I don't remember using that. Okay, I have no idea. Something's changed for sure. I don't remember the little trial coming up. Oh my god, so many reactions there. More reactions required. Okay, apparently saving loading is not working, and I can confirm that. So let's see what the game script's all about. And then I can push and build a real version and make a release. What's happening? Oh, right. Get a light open now. Yeah, it looks like pretending changes I guess the day after. 26th, I think? Yeah, 26th. Because the Kickstarter was the 25th, wasn't it? We were working on doing that, so okay, that's gotta go in there. Not gonna dwell on this too much, but we want to make the saving load very quickly. Big integer threads. Awake, save, on application, pause, and quit. Saves is literally not working. Set string tregs to string. Set string, big integer parse, get string tregs. This is a get on this is just a single thing being a tregs, just a big integer. It's being saved as a string. Let's throw some login on that. Let's split this out.
Yeah, that massive static is just bursting back. Not sure what is
Oh, I've
causing
got
it.
noise cancellation on, so I don't.
Oh, it's probably just your
Yeah.
kind of floating gain automatically. Whenever you stop typing, it's probably like, oh, the average gain is lower, so I should turn it lower.
Should I just turn off my gain? No, my gain's off. Yeah, I may turn it. I turned it off because I was so fucking quiet last time.
Oh,
I ramped up on OBS. I ramped myself to 200% volume now. It was 150 last time, so we'll see how this goes. Noise suppression. So noise suppression on. Oh, I do have it automatically. Should I just turn this off?
I imagine it'll probably be better on, but it's up to you.
Check, check, check. How's it sound?
About the same. Actually, you might as well keep it.
And just let me know and keep me updated.
Okay.
Shit. Okay, let's do this. Quickly. Fix. Try clicker and then get to work. So loading.
So what exactly was going on with it?
It doesn't seem to be calling saving or loading. Or the loading at least, or the saving. So that's not getting called. The game script is on. There's no errors. I've got them all on. Is this thing even running? Did I log them? Oh, I didn't log it, that's why. Lol. On application quit, it's not guaranteed to be called on Android. Oh. Is your build on the Android? Ninetales, was that your save data 0? Save data 14. Something's resetting in code. What's happening? Yeah, something's resetting it. Something is setting tregs to 0. What will that be? Equals 0 on start. Well, that's happening before it loads. Something else is setting to 0. Hmm. That's safety of 0. It's definitely pulled it twice in load and sorry, put it out. Save data 11. Set string treg save data. On load save data get string player class tregs. Save data is save data. That should definitely be 11. So something. Pull it twice. Not ideal. On application pause. Oh, I see what's happening. So on application pause is being pulled.
Yeah, it seems like ridiculous.
Yeah, just flexing my brain here. I know what's happening. On application pause is being called when the game starts, which just means it's saving at default value, which is 0. So, well, I'm just going to do something super hacky. If game started, so I don't want to spend the light on this. Started. If not, if game started, save. And then we'll actually set that here. Game started. And I know we need application pause because that's an Android thing. In my experience. I promise this will be done in 2 seconds. If this doesn't work, then I'm going to put it away. There we go. Saving loading done. Pushed. I'll make a build at some point. I don't think anybody's going to desperately want to build right now. I did upgrade updated to Unity 2021. Fixed. I'm going to pretend I'm going to get a notification by email. Some brought this back to life after a year and a half. So while that's doing its thing, Tangletorn. This is read after errors kit. Nothing was broken. I'll have to remind myself where we were at. Oh, this that's broken. It means janky, and this is it was nothing serious. It was like the end of the day, so we didn't really put any thought into those 2 problems or 1 problem. Compiling, that's done. Error. I saw an error. Of what file? Really? I think a lot file bullshit. I just closed the wrong one. Oh my god.
I guess this is fate saying you gotta be working on this for longer.
No. No, I'm done.
You cannot escape the treg.
Definitely want to finish the game off with
It's a treg miner.
With Pretend's blessing. Get some art in there. Not there's any wrong with the art. That's amazing. And then ship it with the game. Put some like unlocks, some Easter egg unlocks, cross-title unlocks. Yeah, so that's actually opening it up. And touch. I have no idea what that's saying. It's illegal. Okay. Do that again. What is this? So let's just see where we're at. So we have a pretty janky, unpleasant looking timeline, but we pretty much integrated it. It needs a UI pass, what I was saying. Ain't pretty. So we have these test buttons right here that lets us drag out something into. So these would be, again, UI, totally placeholder right now. But the idea is that these would advance, and not right now the highlighting is not moving, but it's something. When this thing, so the advancing is not, that's where we left it, yeah. So the advancing is only, it's completely janky. So we need to figure that out. And then that's obviously doing the thing. So this is our main issue right now, is what's going on here. I'll have to eat at some point. I haven't eaten since, I didn't eat it today, I didn't eat yesterday. At some point.
Should do that. Kind of need that to live.
More research required. So let's figure this out. If I get hangry. So the position, so we took the position which is the top left slot and its position in the timeline, which is our two-dimensional integer position. And then we basically shimmy it over by 1 to get a slot, and we need to try move. So I guess we should just hit this up, bite the bullet, and just straight up debug this thing. No guesswork right now. So what happens on advance? So realistically, we probably want to test. The first one works. That's the thing. No, the first one moves it. The first one moves it, but the highlighting doesn't change.
Correct.
I think that's just the fact that we haven't pulled the highlighting stuff. So let me undebug this for a second. I just want to see what to expect. So I know what I'm looking at. So advance the first time. Advances the ticks. And it does actually move forward. The second time, it doesn't move. So I think we're interested in this the second time for now. I'll hit it after the second one. So advance 1. Now I'll hit it with the debug. I'll go a little bit further up than that. You know this first bit works. So let's hit it here. And we're good. Yes. That should be 1. Yep. So grab the event, my favorite line of code. Event equals event, or it used to be event equals event dot event. Event equals event. So we've got our slice. ETA on place 4. Prefix is 3. So I'm not sure about this +1. But it shouldn't hit this anyway, because prefix is 3 and this is ETA is 4 +1, so 5, so this is not going to happen. And then now we get top left. I should have paid attention to where I placed this thing. 11. Yeah, I really should have paid attention to where that was placed. Let's run that again. 11 does not seem right at all.
No.
So that get position thing. This should be 5. It's the top left. So let's see what we hit down here. So that's that anyway. So the position timeline is, oh no, it's doing a double thing again.
Yeah.
Where is this getting set up? Initial. Oh, right. That's only setting the initialize. Well, that'll do it, won't it? We never update this guy. Did we add this?
Yeah, I think we did. Well,
so wherever we move, when we're moving this guy, we're never updating this thing. So that's going to happen in our advance. To link this down. Advance. No, wait, no, position, no, of course. No, position timeline, that's the slot. The slot's static. Oh, no, it's not, actually, because... No, it's just completely...
Well, it's static until we advance it, right?
We're calling it position in timeline. That's the top left. Top left is 0, 0. This is nothing to do with text. This is a coordinate. The top left being 0, 0. There's nothing to do with text at all. So
Right. Does it have to do with the highlighting though? I think that
probably, yeah.
once we update the tick, we have to update
So
that.
11 sounds about right, because then the width of this thing is around 15 or something. I think it's 15, so that'd be 15 minus 4. Yeah, so I think it's 15 width, so 11's correct. It's 1 down from the top, so that is 1, so this is correct. So we expect the adjacent slot to be 12, which it is, 12, 1. And this is the first time. We know this one works the first time. To try and prevent, I will dive into here. I know it's a bit of a quagmire. Actually, I'm not really worried about the highlighting right now. This is basically not being told, I think. Which is really not that unexpected. So let's let that run, and then that works fine. So let's advance again and hit that guy. This time, I think. Retake is 3, ETA is 4 plus 1, so again, the ETA didn't change, even though I advanced it, which suggests that the current tick's changing after I hit advance. So what happens at the end? So now do we want that? We want this first. It explains why
I like the idea of UI following data. So
yeah,
whatever
I
that
think
ends up
it's essential
making-
basically because it has to react to something. The fact that the tick's changed. Now advance is just. I'm sorry. I have to restart this. This is really annoying me. It really annoyed me. So
Oh, is it doing the
yeah, I've seen the double thing.
the mouse thing? It's so weird because on my end it doesn't look like it. It's just like a normal mouse cursor.
No, that sorry, it was the double references.
Oh,
It shows two things.
I don't know if I'm familiar with that one. It's just like showing
when I do my
twice.
control F7, it shows me all the references. It shows a list of 2. So if there's only 1, so it means I have to hit enter and it shouldn't have to.
Ugh.
I got trained up on how to use a giant table saw today.
Ooh,
There's-
what are you making?
Right, I need to use my push to talk key for things, so I'm just going to mute myself.
Okay.
Okay.
I was. Well, I went in to buy I bought a resin 3D printer off a guy from my
Ooh.
hackerspace. Yeah, it's a $300 printer. He sold me for $150. It's basically perfect condition. Half the parts are new because he upgraded to the exact same model, so he didn't even bother unpacking the parts. He just swapped them out for.
Right.
But it's, yeah, resin printer mostly for Christie's projects. It's And then I
So
was
as someone
I
who
was-
doesn't know much about it, or is resin kind of like just like the higher end version? Like you can't use the same printer and just have a resin filament or whatever, right?
No, so a 3D printer, the ones you're probably familiar with are called FDM printers, and they're the ones that have filament that
Mm-hmm.
kind of like goes back and forth. It's literally just like a traditional printer run 3D. There's a resin
Right.
printer, which is an FPL, I think. These guys, actually, this is the one I have. No, I don't. Something very similar. They'll call it the same. This thing has like a bed of resin, and it has a screen underneath a piece of plastic, which has a very bright UV screen. And the UV cures the resin as it slowly raises this plate up.
Ooh.
And what you end up with is it's a very, very slow print, but absolutely phenomenal resolution. Like, it's used for figures and stuff. Like, just ridiculous
Wow.
detail. It's not fast, and it's got usually a very small space to print. But the other cool thing is you can print as many things as you can fit on the bed, and it'll be the same speed. It's just using light, curing. So regardless of how many things you've got on the bed. So if you've got something you want, you just pack tons of them in there, and then you're good. Right. So
So you can't do anything with like concavity, right? Because it's only doing the UV from the outside.
no, yeah, you just put supports
Oh,
in
you
there.
never
You put supports in there.
Oh, okay.
and then just this breakaway support.
Gotcha.
Kind of,
That's so cool.
looking forward to using that. Zed, my partner wants to do, like, it's a tangent. I'll get into some other point, but yeah. I'm going to buy some high-res game assets because I want a rigged character. She needs, like, just, like, skeletons in certain positions, as opposed to, like, using, well, I'm not much of a 3D modeling, and then I can just buy a nice high-resolution game asset, and then, just pose it however I want. Okay, so this is the debug route. This is our second time, so we're expecting this to move to position 13 now. Which we know it's not. Yeah, let's debugging it. Nice. See what this guy's got to do. This should still not do anything. What the hell is happening? How did I get here? ETA is 3. How did it get here? Last time I checked, 3 is not greater than 4.
We got into there. Did
me-
ETA
Let me run
somehow
that.
get modified in the image events?
No, wait. It's jumping to random code.
Oh, it's done. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a debugger. God knows what. I think it's because I restarted and then attached to something. I'm not sure how to do that. I attached the same process twice.
Right, or you were attached and then you built or something, but
it may have built on starting up. No, because I didn't restart Unity, so I don't know. It's weird. It's debugging. First one we don't care. It's doing as we expect, and it visually is doing what we expect, other than the highlighted slots. I put it in the exact same spot. I think it was here. So here or here? 5. Yeah. That advance, so just skip over that one. Now we want we're interested in the second one. Okay, come on. Advance again. Now we care. Maybe saying same phase. 3, and then that'll be 3 plus 1. There we go, that's better. So this should be 11 still. That didn't work. So I moved this and didn't test it. I don't think the first one's working now.
Oop.
Five advance. It didn't work. Interesting. So event. Maybe it's top. I think it's top left slot being updated. Set top left slot. I'm sure this is done in. Yeah, see, it's way down in this code, and like honestly, there's like 4 methods named the same thing. I don't know how it's like if it's reaching this. This is seems to be the de facto return true that actually gets out of all this stuff. And this is like it's like even this is no, there's ever changed. Yeah, we got to dig down in here. We're looking for the second one. Let's just let's watch the first one because we know it works. Watch it in detail. It's one of those debuggers like, oh, I just want a cheap win. Unfortunately, I think I can just deep dive into this one.
yeah.
Okay, set her up. Ardan, is that right? Hey, Ardan. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right, sorry. Welcome. Welcome regardless. This does work. This should work fine. Definitely won't hit that. So a decent slot will be 12, as expected. So now we just go for it. This is our 12 now. Oh no, now I'm gonna butcher your other name. Dang it. Sheila. I should guess that.
Hey, if you don't know, it's better to ask, right?
I work with this guy called. Ooh, hello. I was paying attention there. Oh damn gosh. I work with this guy called Levester, but I can't help his name is spelled Lovester. I can't help but want to say Lovester. So that jumped over something I did not expect to jump over. Five. Debug it. Skip. This somehow returned false, but we know this one works. I think while we're going to do this, we should probably rename some of these fuckers, or they do seem to have.
Yeah, this overloading thing is confusing me.
I'm not really sure how to, because it's just the logic is just so spread out. Like, what the hell is this one doing in this case? This one, the difference in this one is it's spitting out filled slots. This one's like the main one. This one, I don't know where we're using this one. We do that in place. I think we added this one. I think. This is the main one we're using. It takes a slot that we're trying to place it in. And then it goes and does the same thing. I mean, I'm not a big fan of huge methods, but this feels like it should just be a big method. I mean, it's not recursive. That I've seen.
Yeah, no.
I don't know why.
I agree.
Like, why nest it like this? It's a really strange way of breaking the logic up. But I'd rather find the problem first before I start refactoring it. So the difference is this is going to spit out the slots to fill. I'm assuming that's what this is set to. Add range slots to fill. So this one goes straight to the physical one. So that's skipping out another one. Let's see how far we get. Set the parent container. It's the same parent, I think. Transform parent is events container, and so is this. Yeah, so that's just redundant. So this isn't strictly necessary. This was previously when it was moving between inventory, so this is not necessary at all. I'm not going to comment on that right now because we resharper. Well, I'll do it, but resharper will. I breathe, it'll save, and then mess everything up. Slots to fill. Now we want to go to this physical one for sure. Slots to fill. That's a reference for out. The event's the same. The top UI should be 12. It is difference. So we do have a screen utility here. I think we looked through this, and it's not using any of this width factor shit. So this should be fine for our world space canvas. That was the problem before with this guy, which luckily we're not using anymore. This thing didn't care. Whereas this one was using screen space stuff. So let's try to jump out of this. I really don't trust the shift F11. It always jumps at the top of the stack. So a difference is what? It's not that. Oh my god. You know what we think we have here?
World space stuff.
Well, that, and what would it do if it went all the way off the edge? Would it wrap?
I don't know if it even knows what it would do at that point.
That would explain the random jankiness of it if it's trying to wrap it.
It's true.
But saying that, at the same time, we are dealing with world space. What? So this that is actually that is correct. Okay, yeah. False alarm. No, it's not. We're not dealing with coordinates here. We're dealing with actual world space pixel coordinates. Sequence. Yeah.
Hello. Oh, they're not in here yet.
Huh?
They said they're not in stream yet.
Oh. Damn. Okay. Let me pull back on mine.
Well, we'll just have to be.
I can recreate that. I think I can recreate that excitement. Oh, you're not doing the stream. Okay, new position. Yep, you've seen this work. So before we get deep into this shit, this looks fine. So it's going through all of the Y's. This is fine because it's just 1, but this is 3. So we get the current slot on its position in the timeline, which is 12 now. We've moved it, plus our 0, because we're on the top left, which is just the left in this case. J is always going to be 0. That's 1. So what we're looking for here is this to be... how is this different than this? 12. Why does it need this if it's going ahead and doing this? You already have this position. Get slot on position. Okay, let's look inside. Let's go deeper. No, I want to go into this. Oh god. So many early bails. What happens if we do early bail on this? Then we do this. Shit. Okay, what was this happen? Our position is 12-1. Check logical. Still in order. Oh, we know what logical means. That's like something we probably also need to strip out at some point. Either way, it's false, so we are checking that we're in bounds, which we should be. Now we check our item slot at the given position, which should be fine. 12-1. We don't bail. Is it empty? It is. Wait, shit. Of course it isn't empty. Because it's populated by the same thing. So we can't trust this thing. And I really don't want to feed a Boolean all the way through, spaghetti a Boolean all the way through saying, oh, we're moving it, don't worry, it's the same object. So what's happening is that you can't move it there, it's occupied. It's occupied by itself. So when we actually get a null, that also explains when we move it enough, then eventually it'll get past the point where it's not occupying itself. And it will actually move it.
Oh, right, yeah.
So that kind of makes sense. So this will be returning null, which is expected here, which means we get to this point. Nulls that out, returns false, which... that should have been a bit of a warning sign. I've never seen a bunch of those. So it failed to do that, which means this failed. It reset to the old parent, which is irrelevant because we just commented that anyway, so we don't need this anymore. Returns false here, that returns false here, that finally makes it back up to here, and we don't care at this point. So we really fucking do care here. Like if this fails, let's explode, because something, we don't understand the logic of something, it explodes here. So yeah. Failed to what that's in advance event name ID. Okay, so we do stop debugging. Good question. With the way the timer is currently set up, does it limit the amount of events that can happen on a specific time segment? No. Well, no. Okay. Currently, as it stands right now, it's limited. But with our current plan, the way we intend on doing this is that when you click, and if you're lacking a blank row, basically, and you were to drag out, play a card and drag me out onto the timeline, then it would create you a new row, effectively. You don't have to use it, but it's there if you need it. That's the current plan. I think we talked about Jib.
Yeah, I think so.
This is gonna need there's gonna be a lot of this is a new concept for the timeline. It's similar to like we envisioned, but like the dragging and dropping on a particular point is kind of new, and so it's definitely gonna need playtesting. It's gonna need like filling it out, and we're definitely gonna want some feedback from you guys on this once we get a bit further on. What you guys think? Like, does it does it feel like, well, the feel part is need to UI pass, but if it's heading in the right direction. So you can probably expect that in the next in the coming months is us asking you guys some feedback on which we're kind of toying with two main concepts right now, and so we want to put them both to you guys and see which one you guys prefer, because this game is feedback after all. And sometimes, especially with a small team, sometimes it's you have differences of opinion, and it's like we don't know which way to go. Luckily, we have all our backers, so it doesn't even have to be our choice. It should be our choice anyway. So anyway, that's that. And now I need to fix this, and the solution I don't want to do seems the most obvious right now, and that is if it's the same object, don't care. So the big bail stuff that was here. Do we know enough here? No, this is in the timelines. We don't know enough here to say if it's the same object, don't worry about it. We don't know what we're moving. So this is only used in one spot. No, I tell lights is in 4 spot. We are using it from here. This does know about the event. So what I just think we should do is let this thing know about what's actually in place, and we can check is it the thing that you're moving. So we'll let this thing know. I guess at the end we'll let it pass the event through. Right. Is it 2 of these? Oh, fuck's sake. They love their overrides, these guys. No, there's only one. So why is it giving me two options there? What? Oh, I guess I suppose it could be considered casting to a rule, like it's a null check or something. It's weird that it would offer that. Yeah, so this guy is going to throw a bunch of... Damn. I was worried about... Well, this is not being used anymore. So we're going to have to just start trimming this shit. Find spit slots only used in one place. Oh, I found a double shift with the same thing as Control N. Totally useless to anybody except for me. So now this is not being used. This is in the hope that we can really trim some of the cruft. We probably have a few more. This one's not being used in E2. Might come back. That seems like a useful one. So that should be everything. If there was 4, I just took out 3. Get slot in position. Oh, it's also used. Ah, damn. Oh, it's okay. We have our event here. So now we can say if it's empty and not, they're the same thing. So we do have the item slot. Does the item slot even know what's inside it?
I don't think so.
Damn.
At least not yet.
It should. It definitely should.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
it shouldn't be called item slots. Why is it still called items? So that slot should definitely know what's inside. Carefully feed that in. So that's going to be called something like occupy event.
Yeah.
That's if not. Check my Boolean logic, will you?
Alright. If it is full,
So is it the
and
same?
what it is full with is
If it's not the same, fail.
Okay.
So if it is the same, we get our true, and then that false, and then we don't get that. And we'll probably have the same problem here, though. That's probably the same logical bullshit. Illogical. It's not being used anywhere either. Is this being used anywhere that's used? Other than that bit? Empty slot. That I know we're using. So I added it here. But I don't... How much damage did we just comp this out? Where's the damage? Fill slot, don't care. Illogical, not being used. empty slot. Wait, fill slot. Do we care? Oh, we'll just follow the arrows and see what happens. Probably gonna be something here. If check logical, this is gonna be lovely because we can get this crap. Check logical things may annoy me. So we don't care here. Or here. Make this sync quickly. Now, where is a good place to populate that thing? Okay, seems solid. So, occupying a bent place? I wonder if place is I think this happens on drop. Now, because we want the occupied thing to move also when it advances, so we want it in here, not in place. Wherever this eventually returns through. Basically here, I think. This is true. Update. Actually, maybe inside here. Yeah. If it successfully moves it, it's in here. So what we want to do is take. It definitely wants to be in this loop. This is where we're going through, and I think what we should do is, which might negate the whole need to pass this event through after all that, is as I say, it's clearing all of its current filled slots, and then allow it to move, and then that'll naturally, and then we'll set the occupied slots in here. We have to clear it basically.
And this is in which scenario again?
And we have to clear it before we've actually even got to this point. We have to clear it before we even trial this shit. So this will negate the fact that I even need to pass the event through, because this place. Where's my advance? What am I using for advance? Here. Before we do this, we need to basically clear the events currently occupied slots. Which I think should be in the timeline UI, so should be clear. Do we have something else already? Clear slots, and then takes the event. This doesn't need to. That's just local stuff, so it's gonna happen here. Okay, so takes an event. Then we just go through all its build slots. Wonderful. I'm gonna get what you got. Oh, it's the bloody UI. You don't. Oh, it's cool. We have it. It's there. That's actually what we want there. There's a UI. That has the filled slots, and the next slot you want to pull your empty slot. Yeah. Which says it's empty to true. And then we go ahead and move it. Everything should be empty, so we really shouldn't even need to pass through this anymore. We shouldn't need to pass this anymore. Sorry, that's what we did. We did it here, didn't we? I think we can just get away with that. We just cleared it out, so we just don't do this anymore. That just refactor took everything with it. I think it should be good to go, but now at this point we want to go through all of the slots to fill. No, we already know we have the current slots. The current slot to occupy event. Do we want to do this because it doesn't? We actually want to do this after slots to fill here on the reference. So when this is what definitely worked, then we can do it outside here. Yeah, here's a good spot. So and we have the event. So let's set the firing event for the slots. Or be alive out there? I don't know if he's alive. They said timeline event? Yeah. So it's going to be timeline event UI. Event. Alright. I think we tore quite a lot out in the meantime. So that the sporadic movement kind of makes sense because it was looking until it fully moved past its where it was before. Okay, that failed. Didn't fail. Failed. Didn't fail. It's oh. This has to happen at least once. I suspect, otherwise it's not underneath the canvas. So there's no harm doing that every time. It's not all apparent necessary anymore. Yeah, if it doesn't happen the first time, it'll never be underneath the canvas and it won't render. I don't know these ones are. Let's see if I can see. I like it. Cool. Good progress. And it was updating the highlights as well, so that would probably let's say the same problem. Now it's not let's see that again in the log messages. So wrong place the event. Yeah, this is debug this one. Because I don't think I'll check for the ETA or ETHX working, because otherwise it should have shrunk it. And we've seen that shrinking working before, I think.
Did we ever get the shrinking to actually work though? I don't remember.
No. I think we did. Let's just test.
Yep.
In events. So it seems working fine. Let's just debug that last. Oh, mate. Come on. I really hope that's just a random occurrence. I've got the fear. I've been working on some threaded stuff in Unity, so. Come Come on, just if you're gonna die, die.
Gotta be dramatic about it, Unity.
Yeah, man. Just settle down. Slightly. Oh. Well, 2 glasses of wine. I mean, to each their own, I guess. Depends on the wine. I mean, if you haven't eaten in 2 days. Alright. So I'm not gonna hit this with the debug yet. Don't bomb on me again. So let it run twice and I'll hit a debug on that third one, which is there. 1, 2, and then hit it. Oh yeah, secret's getting handy. I think it's basically this. I'm not sure that, so. Seaboing? Oh, seaboing. Okay, so advance. Here we go. Whoa! How did you get what? Oh, I didn't. Ah! No, we only have one, so let's put it down. That off. Slice. Advance, advance. Debug it here. Go. Right. Event. Retext 3. ETA is 2 plus 1. 3. So it won't run this, which means we never shrink. So I was right. This is bullshit. The plus 1's bullshit, specifically, right? Because we do want that to run. And it isn't. Which means this is obviously.
Well, it should be there because it's strictly greater than. So if 3 is greater than 3.
Well, it was 2.
Oh, wait, I see what you mean. Duh.
This is exactly when we did want it to hit this.
Hmm.
So that is bullshit. I think I forgot to upload the last stream.
Oh, right. Yeah, did you check if your volume's any better?
It was mildly better, but I upped it to 200%, 150. I don't know if it's going by decibels or going by something else. If it's decibels, I don't want to, nuke the internet.
Right.
Okay. And shrink. Oh, yeah.
Cool. Oh.
And it's removing it from the timeline. And what I think that means is it's skipping over something we need. And it's continuing. If it skips, it removes, so this is not like, this actually has to clear the, I think this, yeah, we should just put the whole, yeah, we'll just tell the thing to remove itself. So, what are we in timeline UI? We should just tell the actual event UI to remove. Or, yeah, just on remove, on destroy. Actually, you can just hit up with on destroy. And then it'll just basically clear out occupied. Yeah, it's probably much better to do it here because there's a good chance this is happening elsewhere, and we want to that occupied slot zone, occupied event. We only really set that. We never unset it anywhere. So really, I thought we unset it when I cleared it. I did not. That was dumb as fuck. So that was a huge bug. So if we're destroying it, let's null that out. And we want to do the same thing also in the builds like here too. Like we need to. Oh, empty slot. Empty slots are definitely. Yeah. Typing. So that would cause all kinds of mayhem. Things later on. Alright, I think we're nearly there, and we can work on actually making these things do something. Maybe in the timeline. Which means basically an integration with combat.
The cards, yeah.
Which means card integration. Which shouldn't be particularly difficult. It's more of a design thing, like when do we discard the card? Do we like if you drag that off and like go here. What was I just Inferno. Okay, whatever. Slice. Let's go. Advance. What was the testing? Oh yeah, that clears it. It did not clear it. Technically, this is what I want to see happen. Is old slot for drag guide. Oh my god, what? Fuck's sake. Is old slot for drag item is set old slot. Jesus. Ugh. So we want this to be false. So we want to see if this is being called. And that's only on event drags. Should highlight old slots. What's even... Okay, this is more just crops that we can easily got rid of. Like, really? What's the, like, what are we in here? A timeline slot? Surely it should be off by the bed. It's not going on. No, because this is old slot. This is completely... So we're emptying the slot. Surely the slot is empty. Do we care about this at all? Because this is not getting cold, I think. That's our problem. Can we just say, like, yeah, just make it empty? Like, I don't really know what this is relevant at all to us anymore. This stuff. Do I kill that off?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it is.
Our errors are in highlight old slots, which comes from drag stuff. Now, dragging is... Okay, let's leave it in. Let's make this just straight up equal the empty one and just test it, because there really is no thinking through this code. We might as well just test it. What we're looking for is to see if our dragging is still... Well, dragging was working fine. Seems okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
no, it's great.
Interesting. So
I moved it.
Let
me recreate.
You moved it after there, and then it's stuck to its original spot. It looked like.
Let me repo that if I can.
Yeah.
Let's watch it normally. 5.
Put on 5.
Advance. That's still floating. So I moved it again. So it's another case of something not getting called, basically. So I put it there, and then I moved it.
5.
I moved it around a bunch. And I put it back. Okay. So
Interesting.
what I think happened is these three, which are now 6, 5, and 4, probably think they're still occupied, but then why would it move it that far?
Just whatever is furthest right, I guess. Or the next one available.
It thinks it's on tick 5.
Yeah, it was supposed to be originally on 5.
So that moved it to just under the toggle text. Now it's moved forward 1. Yeah, so it's moving 1 more each time I move it. So look at this tick it thinks it's on. It still thinks it's on tick 23.
Yeah. It just sounds like UI just isn't getting some call from the data or something.
And he's updating when I move it. Like it says, we think it's on tick 12 now, but now it's like... I mean, it's fair. I was putting it at tick 25, so when I advanced it, it's like, hey, I'm still tick 25. So that didn't update the tick, first of all, when it moved forward. Oh, damn it. So we're definitely not clearing something out. Because this thing doesn't, it can't advance because it thinks it's still occupied. So totally failing to clear out this somewhere important. So empty slot is kind of our go-to. We need to make sure it's called like everywhere that's important. So right now let's go with where the dragon's happening. Where is the dragon happening? It's happening where this was called. So this was called. So on event begin drag. I don't understand the logic of this thing. Begin drag, that's coming from the actual draggable object. It does, I mean, it is doing this, but it's doing this first. I really have no clue what this is about. My old slots. That's where I used to live. But we are emptying the slots here. But they're actually calling empty slots. So that is null. Unless it's doing this. Possible. Let's think this through. Slots to empty. So we're calling that from here. So all the filled slots on the timeline event UI. So that'll pass the first one. Yeah, this is a check. This is an inventory check. This should not be relevant anymore, but we'll leave it in there. There's no harm. So that should pass, and then it should go through each one of the slots and clear it of this. All right, let's just stop being on the bush. Let's add some debugger into this. The text itself. So we set tick here. That's why I do the text. What I'd rather do here. Oh, cat. Oops.
Not sure, but he's back.
Welcome
Hey.
back.
So I would try and close the cat, but I ended up closing Discord. I might.
The cat, like, somehow, like, got you a virus or something, breaks your computer.
Right. So mugshot, screen, cat virus. The secret has no idea what havoc he can cause. Damn bloody cats hit me every time. What I want to do is I want to show why don't we just let's make this thing a tooltipper thing. Let's tooltip on time slots too. So that'll be the same as this, which is our tooltip UI, which I think is just a mono with the engine on. Yeah. So let's pull tooltip UI. Let's check it again here. Is there anything? Nah, it's all just. So let's make the slots tooltippable, which I think should make these redundant. Apparently not. What's the issue here? Oh, whoops. Wrong programming language, Cash. Can't do multiple inheritance. That's sketchy at best. No, apparently it's pointer, enter, handle. Pointer, enter, handle. That should be relevant then. And we want, rip it off from here. It's just repair tooltip. Bring this in, add title. It's going to be what's tick long, yes. Oh, I can't wait to start programming some non-asset related stuff. What do we want to know? We want to know the occupying event, if there is one. So that should be in a thing we can look at properly. So that thing you can look at properly. No, where am I? This one. Feels like it should be something I can properly. Oh, I do. ID. Good. Right. Do this up. Got comments for now. I'm not going to keep this in for very long. Oh, she's singing. What's that happening?
Also, for rock better.
Oh no.
So they don't tend to go very far, but just be aware there may be.
We got a reptile escape, potentially.
Potential
escape
they can't
reptile.
see him in there. And usually if it's from him, they don't.
What is he? It's a crusty gecko.
He'll be around. He's a little escape there, but I'm not super concerned.
Crusty gecko on the go. I'm loose.
Yeah, just keep an eye out.
At large.
Skid around.
Yeah, I won't roll my chair. I'll just stand up.
Yeah, no, he probably won't be on the ground. Last time I found him in the lamp. Or just around the cage, so I'm not super concerned.
I think we leave the building.
It's very rare to get there. So just keep an eye out.
Oh, it's
Actually.
Hey, buddy. This whole time, like, I'm right here.
Don't talk about me like I'm not in the room. It's insecure, the package is insecure.
Can I introduce Raw?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Anybody wants to see a little escape artist series?
He knew his food was
Where did you go? This little guy.
Lovely.
Bid for freedom. Here you go. Wait, lock. He's locked. No, there he goes. I was wondering he's like doing that head thing, like the head lock. I am guided missile. Come here. That's
Right, gyroscopic.
Little Velcro hands. Get back in the cage. Thanks for letting me.
So did you have that sandwich that you got yourself the other day?
Oh.
Are you wanting that? And I
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pan fry. Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna pan fry it and like put some hot mustard and stuff on it.
Plain fry.
Well, because it's gonna be a tiny bit soft and cooking with it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yep. All right. Sorry, everybody. Excitement. Wizards and sandwich. Gonna quickly wash my hands with Gecko. Actually, guys, I love reptiles, but salmonella is a bitch. What's this guy? Will that be compiled? Okay, lovely. So we move our star 5. Advance it. That says none. Move that down. Says none. None. So that's updating correctly. So what? Um, when we let go from a drag, it uses place. You still there, Jib?
Yep. I'm good.
So when we let go, we do. This is where we actually do place, and that's where ideally this happens. So we store its tick. This might not be being updated. Oh, hang on a second. This is easy to check. It's there, right? So if we advance, we want to go 4. So I move it somewhere else now, and now advance. Oh, great. It's advancing in 2, so it's just completely random. What's happening? Every time I move it, it seems to advance 1 more. Okay, so if I put it over here, that's fine. Put it back, it should advance 2. If I put it back, it should advance 3. So that narrows it down pretty substantially. So our advanced code. It's top left slot. Where do we change this? Top left slot. And we move it across. Do we ever assign that? We do, because top left slot should be happening deep down in those. Though it does happen way in here. And God knows one of these things. Well, that is the one we call. That is directly the one we call. So the top left slot.
So with your sandwich, do you want me to make you some black? Because we still have ones with
Yeah.
orange here.
Yeah. That's partner item. Sandwich and synthetic black.
Nice.
This this nesting is killing me, man. Are we getting the wrong placement then? Ugh. Eyes on the prize, God. So you're gonna be coding on stuff again. Placed, advance, no comment, nothing. Advance twice, advance 3 times, 4 times, And then it goes back to normal. That's, oh, for fuck's sake. It's all over the shop. Ah! What is happening? Now, I think I'm willing to admit that we could have just covered this faster with ourselves.
Yeah.
Will we ever learn? Well, I ever learn, sorry. We probably...
I'm just along for the ride. I'm learning too. Mostly through your mistakes.
Plenty of those. Plenty of those. It's not far off. It's just probably not particularly interesting to watch.
Whatever. These streams are just opted in, I feel like.
There's going to be dry ones. There's going to be exciting ones. Unfortunately, asset integration is a little bit dry.
Sure.
I am going to have to take a very quick food break. It's a small sandwich, but I will die otherwise. I think it's a good chance.
This is true.
I don't think this is. Let's just more comments. Just comment that. I expect to see that every time I move it. Basically, I expect to see this chunk happening. Every time I move it. That's the thing, it's at the top left slot, and I'm not convinced that's working. And this main slot could probably go away. I don't think this is relevant for anything. We don't do any ifs on it at all. We do here, technically. No, that's just a debug thing. So we can kill. I'll comment kill it while we're here. So that was only ever being used there. Let's go to. I'm gonna stop this. Full self count, disparity SQL. Unnecessary. Reached. Reached. Reached again.
You're getting that big static again, Cash, sorry.
Sorry, what?
You're getting heavy static. I think it's gone now just because you spoke, but it was just coming in.
I think what's happening is it's when I don't speak, it brings my fan in.
Yeah.
Actually, I need to eat the sandwich quickly, so I'm going to just turn off my microphone while I do that. I'll be back. I'll try to work on doing it. I'm starving, so I'll talk to that. Thanks, Christy. It smells very well. Slow.
Have people been suggesting good things? And,
A couple questions for the. Hey yo.
Welcome back. How's the sandwich?
Lovely. Yeah. Okay. So fix some stuff. I guess do you see that? Do you see the fix there?
Mm,
You're not paying
Where?
attention. That.
I mean, I was doing some laundry and stuff. So where is this?
Every time we picked up and dragged the thing, we added it to the events again and again and again and again. So therefore, every time we did the advanced events, we'd hit the same one again and again and again and again, and advance one more each time. So advance one more each time. Because it existed in the list
Oh,
many times. So now the simple check is just, it's probably the best check. Just like when you add something to the timeline, just make sure it's not in there already.
cool.
Was poking around about wiring stuff to turn in, but I don't think it's really, because that it's a slippery slope. Because that means we have to start looking at all of our basically all this stuff again, our sequencing stuff. So I'm not quite there yet in sequencing. I think card integration is more important,
Yeah, same.
and yeah, card integration. We'll leave this thing alone. I'm just gonna just keep slowly commenting it out until it's clear. Do you see it working now? Let's play Swish.
Cool.
Oh,
Except for that.
damn. I actually see a lot of these. Alright, let's try that again. Small sweep production. Copy. Small sweep though. Advance. I'm moving me around a bit. Nope. Shield, same different shield. Huh. Is it to do with the size? Is it just shield?
Was it just shield?
I don't know.
Well, I was thinking on slice earlier, wasn't it?
I had a whole pile of stuff in the timeline. One, two, three. I get the feeling I might be using the post stick somewhere. When it shouldn't be. No, I'm not using post-its. Excuse me. After 3 ticks, this thing's... Let's ascend and check those numbers. It's just shield, and it seems after 3 ticks, it starts to fail. Placing at 7. Tick 7, ETA 7. That's wrong. No, that's right. 1. ETA 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. 2 ticks. Advance. Now it starts to complain. It is shortening it. be that. Over here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 9. Yeah, 9, 1.
Cool.
So it's shortening. When it shortens it, it succeeds.
So it failed to get into there.
This guy's failing. Well, it has to be failing. There's nobody out there, so this is failing. So the size maybe isn't getting shrunk. Must shrink horizontally. Am I moving it before I shrink it? No. This could be wrong. Simple check. So let's see if slice is the same thing first of all. Okay, good. So it's consistent. I'm not sure this is the same room because we're seeing some actual exceptions in there. Well, actual errors and don't necessarily think this is the same thing. Advance is fine. So now let's hit it up here. Debugging. Yep. Go. ETA is 5. So obviously it's not finished. You shrink horizontally. The current size is 6. Amount is 1. Size is now 5, 1. Goes through all of the filled slots, which is 6. Well, this is. Why are we doing this? Let's go through this thing. So we're gonna have 6. Right. Okay. Yeah. So it's removing the filled slots. They're past the end of it. I feel this loop could be heavily optimized. Like that could just start. Not that it fucking matters right now, but until it gets to the very end, it's doing nothing. When it reaches 5, should kick in. So the 5th slot, which is again, this is happening before we move it. So we're emptying a slot we're about to fill again. Makes it empty, makes it null, empties it. It's just data. And then removes the X as well. And that'll resize the image. Size X is 5 now, so this is working. We've seen this work. We do call place again though. And this is likely where the error is coming from. Taking its position, and we should see this. What are we in here? Timeline message. We should see top left event. Who's this? This. Top left slot is currently 10. Top left slot is 10. So we should see this being 5. So that's it's going to be scale position, world space position of the thing. And this is the new one that uses just this stuff. Now, that should be 5. It's 10. Is that right? I mean, he is moving it. It's just giving us that error.
Hmm.
It's fine where it returns false. Again, size actually 5. Whoa, straight in with a null. 10 plus 0. Fuck. Fuck. I didn't get a chance to debug it.
Ugh.
Well, this. That's not that. Let me just log this better. Okay. Interesting.
And
Which slot is that on? It's not what I was expecting. I was expecting this vein.
yeah.
It's possible the shrinking. No. Let's see. $13. We don't know what's in the slot. Yes. What's it?
Just nobody catch that static coming back with the dungeons. Just repeatedly. So
Yeah.
Let
Just
me
gotta
try-
keep talking non-stop.
No,
you have to be your own rubber ducky.
no one else is talking. It's been, I feel like I'm in an echo chamber here.
It's probably fine. It's just when
Noise suppression.
noise suppression stops working when it doesn't have anything else to listen to, I think.
Automatic. I turned off automatic. I turned off automatic.
Yeah, and it's fine.
We'll turn the noise suppression off. And I'll stop
So
talking.
now you can hear it all the time.
All the crap, all the staticky shit.
It's very subtle
You're
when
about
talking
to
like
speak quieter.
that, but
Okay, let me stop talking for a second then. Is that making it louder?
wasn't there. Maybe that was it.
Yeah, in between. I mean, granted, because you've been speaking, might not have been playing at all. It takes a little while for it to recover, but
Alright, I'll leave.
I see how it is if you leave it that way. Because when you're speaking, it's a very subtle sound.
Yeah, I feel like
I don't know,
time
maybe
is
10 times louder than me.
Fucking. I need to sort this out. This microphone situation. So it pisses me off.
honestly, it's
Maybe my imagination. I think it's wider
It's
otherwise.
not fine. Like my day job involves literally being recorded and talking to a live audience. It's like the quiet.
That's true.
So I need to sort this out.
Yeah, I might require like a fancy mic setup at some point if you want to sound professional.
Yeah, I have to do some.
If you ever join,
I have to do some
like,
studio
I'll
kind of
know.
lesson stuff too soon. So just,
For sure.
advance. Seems I might need a green screen as well. That's it. I've never thought in my life I would need a green screen.
Yeah, if you're doing MR stuff.
Toplet slots 13.1, and what's giving us the problem? 13.1. So 13.1 is not it. So we empty this in the empty slot, which is called, amongst other places, in clear occupied slots, which is the filled slots. Keeping in mind that's the filled slots, and that's happening here before we try to move it. And the not error, but the still stems from shrink horizontal. Hasn't had a chance to clear the slots yet. Wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. How is it getting place? Resize image is a place. Fuck. Really, we just did this to. This is a hack. We did this to basically. Should have fucking commented it properly. Might have been helpful. We do this to snap. Snap the event to the timeline grid, effectively. That's why we're doing this. It goes to this whole fucking everything again. Including, well, it does the whole try and move event again, which eventually means it's like, hey, it's not empty yet. So, gracefully, how can we handle this? Do we clear this first? Is it safe to do it? I think it would be safe to say we can do this right away. We know it's going to move. Or, we know it's going to move over off the side. Off the end. So that's, I think that's safe to do ahead of time. Now, I don't think this is actually going to fix whatever other problem we saw, but this is going to, I think, clear a lot of errors there. If that's not, that would have really had no effect. Because if it does get to place, it does actually get, I think it's, let's see. Even worse. Okay.
The-
Total fucking explosion. So it was at 11. It's at 10 now. It was at 11. Now it's 12. Now it. Yeah. So the fuck.
the-
I just added something. Okay, I just moved. I thought that would be fine. Clear occupied slots. Granted, that's not. It's happening. It hasn't. Fuck. clear the occupied slots. Why is that a problem to do that ahead of time? It just literally empties every slot that is currently occupied is empty true occupied event. No, the tile shit. This is the dumbest. Really? It's clearing that beforehand. How is that any different? Is that legitimately what caused the problem? I think we didn't change anything else and then didn't pay attention. That's all I moved. And that's just UI stuff. Well, not strictly true with fucking with these, which could mess up with a whole bunch of logic in here, because this ends up doing a place. And place, no doubt, of course, we'll look at what's filled and empty and so on. But deep on down here, there's going to be some shit that's going to care about what's, like, this is going to care for sure. Salt position definitely cares there. So the resize, well, that's where the error was coming from in the first place. So why did moving that up? So we're getting non-explosive errors. Move that code up one. Oops. What the hell? Oh, I put it before the next in the phone. Nine tails. Didn't miss anything. Not really. Mostly,
It's debugging.
for me, yeah. Just, again, this is a bit of a dry session, but unavoidable sometimes. So it's that stems from this line. And it's shrinking, so cleared occupied slot. So I've shrunk it after I. So thinking maybe this is gonna be gross, but I feel like because this ends up replacing it, right? So I'm just going to leave that as it was. And in the case that we do shrink this thing, this is again pretty gross, but so what is this doing? Like, let's lift this into the actual event UI. And then I'm going to do the same thing inside shrink horizontal. I mean, it really is not. It's not destructive. You can do it as many times as you want. It's not going to hurt anybody. And we'll do the same thing inside of here before we basically run the place. It's kind of, I do consider this a hack. Trying to describe it though. What was it? Unclear. I'm super happy about that. But I think it's gonna get us what we want. Okay, that's that bug down. Let's see if we can recreate the other one. All I know is I have a bunch of shit going on. So none of these I moved. These ones were just stationary from when I left them. I put them down. So let's try some moving some around. That was after I advanced them.
Whoa.
Well, wait for it. I think there's still a bug in there. Love it. Yeah, I honestly, I'm okay with that one.
Yeah.
I'll allow it. It's looking pretty solid.
Mhm.
God, I fucking hate integration code. It's like tedious. Oh, let's get back to where we were at before. Okay, unless I can find a way to fuck this up. I'm sure I can. Seems pretty stable. Pretty foreboding, but okay. I'm gonna do a mid-session commit for once.
Cool.
And I'm gonna have a quick cigarette and I'll use the bathroom. So next step is basically the same thing we've got going on right now, but pulling the card, using the cards, and then we can actually do something with a finished events list, basically executing them. And then once that's working, tie it back into the whole sequencing system. I don't want to put that off too long. So timeline, squashing. That. Time. I can't spell. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
Okay. Still there, mate?
Yep. I'm going to go get some tea though, so I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Alright, so the trick here is when do we target the card first and then create? Target the card first and then create? Because I have to let go of the mouse button to cast a card, which kind of breaks the dragging and dropping system, unless the targeting happens after. Like, click on the card and then place it on the timeline. Place it on the timeline first and then it asks for a target. That would be simple, but that's really. It's really, that's just any A/B testing, which one feels better, basically. I'm going to start with placing it first on a timeline and then targeting the enemy after that. And if you cancel the targeting, it removes it from the timeline. That's the easier one to implement. See how it feels. And then feel like crap if I don't know. Okay, so placing timeline first, that means when I click on a card, which is going to be in our card UI, and pointer up. Two bugs. I think these are ancient. Yeah, we fix those. We can fix that. Yeah, we fix those. Definitely fix that. So right now when I pointer up, oh no, so the dragging is happening on pointer down is when this needs to happen after. Although I do kind of want sound to play at least. The one sound we have in our, I think this is the only sound we have right now. Sounds always annoying. Alright, so I actually made a nice sound engine too. Like making sure it gets the unique sounds so you don't get the repetitive sounds. So when you click on card, it starts targeting it. You're not going to be doing that anymore, so that's going to be, you click on the card when you let go of, let me see how it works, let me just think this through. I think I want it to be like I click, so I wanted to say do an offhand. I click, and then it creates a timeline event where my mouse is at. There'll be more UI polish at some point, but for now, we can not do this targeting curve. Spawn the thing to spawn into the timeline, and when I let go in the timeline, then it creates a targeting curve. Not sure it's going to feel right. It's pretty easy to implement, so give it a shot. So that's going to mean here we don't do any. We probably want the sound still. Get that whoosh sound? That's sound. Yeah, it sounds. Some of the sounds. I'm not going to worry about the sounds for now. Basically, we do want that still, but pretty much this is where we create the timeline event UI to be placed on the timeline. We're back in our own code again. It's stuck. So that's probably going to be a timeline. Damn it. I'm trying to avoid the timeline thing. It's just there's no getting around it. It's got to be the timeline. Is this thing all statics? Can't remember. Don't think so. It's timeline not current. Yeah, it's a singleton, so it's singleton, so we're gonna want timeline dot. Well, they can be static. We have statics in here. Not really. I don't need to. So current dot create. Actually, technically this is timeline UI. Timeline UI dot. This is static. It's the same. No. Well, it is. It is a singleton. We can just do singletons in different places, I suppose. Timeline UI dot instance. What's this brief here? Why isn't there a timeline UI? Dot drag. Oh, it's a fucking namespace, isn't it? Shit. Didn't think of that. Have to rename the namespace. Can't use timeline. Can't use timeline UI. Fuck. So timeline. All these have to move into a new namespace. Timeline. Namespace. It's not being around. There's not really much you can do. Interface. Gross. So we rename all of these.
Alright, I'm back.
So I was thinking, well, let me steal this. The namespace issue right now. It's gonna take a moment. There's quite a few of these. Just open all of them. Try to do some one compile. Nine tails. This gets more to design decisions and coding, but I guess the question is whether the user should choose where to place every card as currently set, drag and drop into the timeline, including further in the future of the card's countdown. Placing it 4 or 5 in the future, you want to have a card of 3, or they should only get to move something if they use some effect to do so. That's what you're saying. The cards get placed automatically based on countdown. Yeah, the kind of push we're going for right now is that they can place specifically for tactical reasons, basically. So the idea of the timeline being open to placement of things anywhere is kind of leaning toward a game of chess almost. Like that's the feeling. I'm trying to like you can cards can have like.
Well, it's a little more four-dimensional that way if you have more deliberate choice. Whereas it's a more linear, perhaps flowing experience if you just kind of put it on there. Certainly pros and cons to both, but being able to support both would be probably ideal.
I think Ninetale's comment comes from the fact that I was thinking like, when do we actually spawn this? Because we have 2 stages here. Like I click on the card and immediately creates a targeting curve, right? So the question is, do we do the targeting curve first and then place in the timeline? Or do we do the timeline first and then target after?
I'm thinking target first. That feels more like, okay, now that you've chosen to do this skill, where do you want to put it?
The problem with that is, and it's trivial.
Forward drag and drop, doesn't it?
It breaks drag and drop. So I have to release the mouse here, which breaks drag and drop.
Okay.
Which is not, it's an easy thing to do. I was currently going to do it, so you place it in the timeline first, and then you target from the timeline to where you want to go. it's an A/B testing kind of situation. Like what feels better.
My knee jerk says to target first.
I'm actually thinking like
intuitive.
I'm actually thinking like number of pixels traveled, but it should be roughly the same.
Right, but in terms of the way people are thinking when they're playing, they're probably not thinking where to put it first. They're probably thinking, what do I put this on first?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, unless we, design the game in such a way that you would want to think where first, but I don't.
I agree. I think the intention comes first, and then the planning after that. Comes after that.
Right.
So I didn't finish reading Ninetale's comment there. Or they don't manually move anything at all, but the events are still targetable. So instead of a player moving an event to wherever, they can use a predetermined effect like push this. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I think once they're placed, I do like the idea. That's because we do have the part of the reason we want to do this timeline rework is that we do want to think so like a haste ability that will move something forward on the timeline. So timeline things will definitely want to be targetable things of actions. Once they're placed, you won't be able to move them around unless you're using something like that, like an effect that has an influence on something like that, like moves it around the timeline. Possible issue or strategy angle. You're targeting first is the target might not exist. Yeah, I mean from the UI question right now, I think it's going to be whether we target first, then place in the timeline, or place in the timeline, then target. It's still currently your turn, so no one's going to be dead, basically potentially dead by the time that's going to be an issue anyway. But they might be dead by the time if that's what you mean. That's another issue. I think that's already we already dealt with that basically thing. If the targets, the graphs already deal with that. And that's if you try to attack a dead thing, then it's not gonna. It just doesn't even go. Now, whether we want to actually like cleanse the timeline of those events, that raises another interesting question. Is like, what if something's dead but then it comes back to life, and when it died, you cleared out all the stuff targeting, but then it comes back to life, and you've lost all of your events that were targeting it.
Yeah.
So avoiding that would be.
I would imagine best to leave it on the timeline. And
I would see, and also you
made
made a choice to occupy that space in the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
So if that then frees up, I mean, you have to make a choice. Like, is it about to die? Do I want to risk occupying the space in the timeline, given the chance it might die? And so it's a cost. It's cost benefit kind of situation. And in terms of them dying and coming back to life, I think from a UI perspective, I'd probably just gray out something it's going to be ineffectual. If a target's dead, then that on the timeline you can see that's basically just dead ability. If they go back to life, it can light up again.
Right.
But I think you've kind of committed to that point.
Exactly.
So okay, let's go with your approach and seem a little bit trickier. But target first, and then we'll just figure out how to work out the drag drop nonsense. So let me just finish off all this crap. Basically, I've had to change the name of the namespace again because, of course, timeline UIs don't have class names. So I'm unfortunately pulling a timeline interface because we're really running out of namespace options here.
Right.
Not great, but I'm going to try to do this in one compile because that would take fucking forever. So I should be able to do all these at once. I built something. And then go for it. Oops. Yeah, that will work. Oh, you need in the first place. So I was getting feedback though from Spurs conversation.
Oh yeah.
Very valuable. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of these buttons. Remind. Well, I'll leave events for now. I'll leave them both now just because I want to. Yeah, I'll just leave just a moment. Okay, so targeting in card UI, targeting remains. This is what it was in the ads. We're getting more. These are only sound in the game right here. Hey,
Yeah.
it's not even a very good one. Well, I've got that new I've got all this stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder,
That'll honestly probably be our best bet for a lot
I
of
wonder if there's
stuff.
like a card shuffle.
Oh, got to. Yeah.
Something like that would be like a card being dealt. A card dealt. This thing is like, I'm pretty. I guess so.
That works.
Yeah, I could take a piece out of that. Yeah, I could definitely scoop some stuff out of there. That's just some paper stuff. Seems to be the only one. Yeah, I do kind of want to make a habit of. What the hell? I was signed in already, okay?
Yeah, I thought you were.
Fuck the fuck am I doing? I know. Here, remember it. So card deal. I like it. Now it's got a fuzzy search because it went with deal and dealt. We found it anyway. It's nice.
Right.
This will be the first time we have
Oh, yeah.
a Tangletorn one. Hey.
Very cool.
Right, let's bust open. I don't know if you've been reading the news, but Audacity's very controversial right now.
Oh, yeah, I heard something about that. What's the scoop on that again?
I don't know, it keeps changing from day to day, but basically got bought out. Still open source project, but they started getting well sketched with it. Like all previous contributors were basically being demanded to sign a release, like a release form on it. Like it's well sketchy.
Oh.
Immediately, someone forked the repo, and actually, yeah, no, this could be turned off a few things. So I'm just gonna crank my volume for a second here. I just pretty quiet. So
I also don't think that we get stream volume on the desktop one.
you know what?
I don't think we get any volume from your desktop
Oh,
when
right,
you're
yeah.
using the share desktop option instead of share specific app. So you may have to choose to share Audacity specifically if you can't hear it.
Really?
I mean, it's sometimes. It sometimes just says like desktop sharing is unreliable when it comes to sound.
Is that setting on the screen?
I mean, so like there is an option, like I have the stream volume on here. I'm just wondering, in my experience, when I've tried to share the desktop before.
Sorry, I just got my phone back. I was in a different city.
Oh, no,
I
good.
think there's nothing many options in terms of sound. Oh, smoother video. Blah, 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 blah. Sound. Give me any choices on sound here.
I think it's usually just when you choose to share, it'll say share my audio as a checkbox.
It wasn't.
Hmm.
It could be in settings. Let's have a look. Noise suppression.
Well, try sharing
It
Audacity.
does noise suppression, and there's another noise reduction setting here. Huh. When I speak, blah 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 blah. Use an experimental method to capture audio from applications. Ticked. Okay, let's test it. See, let me know if you hear anything.
Nope. Only through your speaker and then your mic.
Oh god, yeah, I just have to do some monitor setup for that. Shit. It's not the best sound. Let me just find something that's good for now.
Sure.
Again, like we could slice into there's so many.
Yeah, at some point if you want to send me this wave, I can also do some processing on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab because we do have the uniqueness setting.
Right, so we can do round robin on these.
Well, it's not round robin technically. It's takes our sound engine license.
Or sorry,
That one's decent.
Not to interrupt, sorry, Cash. Just want to let you know before what's still here. When you finish for today, could you talk to me? It's just like a family thing.
Yeah, sure.
So I'll be hanging around here until like it finishes.
Sounds.
next.
Projects. Tangletorn. Sounds. Where do these come from?
Feel free to put it wherever, yeah.
Oh, these ones
It should be like menus UI. It's probably what you want to happen. And then maybe like make a new folder called raw.
UI.
Sure.
And probably we should have an counter. This one I'll call cards pickup 1.
Yeah, I don't remember what convention I was using for naming on that folder.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you have to delete the sounds at the front, but I always do.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go crazy with this. I'm just gonna throw in like 3 in it.
Right.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that was good. Oh, that's good. Let's go through.
T3.
Eventually.
All 22 card pickups down before that.
It's spice of life, man.
In another 30, you'll have a whole 52 card deck.
This is now. This all came from refresh sounds that never gets cold. Oh, the button means that's it. Yeah. Wait, that never gets cold. Where the hell is it? Hold this in. So this is a recursive, but we never pull it. Where the hell is it getting these things from them? Oh, because, okay, I remember. Right, yeah, so the sound manager does actually need to be. What the fuck was the sound manager? It's called sound, isn't it? Yeah. T sounds. Okay, what the hell? That means it's probably the core scene. This is a bit of a hassle, isn't it? Sound. Refresh sounds. 3 pages. UI. Encounter. Is this supposed to be recursive? Where's the recursion I'm looking for here? Oh, here you go. Ooh. Parsing error here.
Oh boy.
Okay. Wait. Was this by? No, this is intentional. The numbers were stripped and they were treated as the same sound.
Oh, right.
So I just need to just get rid of those underscores.
Yeah, just do a camel case, I guess. Or Pascal case.
Yeah. Sounds. Most of those. UI counter. For that one. So refresh. Card pickups. There we go. So UI/encounter. So I'm looking carefully here. The slashes.
Yeah, it's interesting that first one is not
Yeah, I
the
don't
same slash.
get that. Do we do a replace in here?
We leave that, I guess, match, but
UI then backslash forward slash sounds relative path relative path without extension. There's a slash here.
Yeah, but it's a forward slash.
Yeah, that's what's happening. So it's backslash. Okay. That shouldn't cause any problems down the line.
I mean, I'm just confused why I would only be doing it for that one.
It's the first time it's been nested.
Oh.
It's been nested down a directory.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. That's interesting. It was a compiler error the entire time. I guess I hadn't changed code in a little while, so that makes sense. It's annoying I have to go to core scene to do this. So there we go. So those all have some slashes now, and we want card pickup, so that's the name we're after. And stuff in combat, new timeline combat. And we should probably start making these things properly variabled up. No hard-coded bullshit. Actually, it's in card UI, isn't it? So this would be our... Look at the mapping. I don't like the idea of strings in the first place. I definitely don't want to be digging around scenes forever. But the reason we used those in the first place was for modability. Yeah, that was the plan. That, although I swore that we had I thought we dealt with it. We allowed for, let me think of something else. That we allowed for both. Yeah, it was the settings, some of the setting stuff. Game settings. Basically.
Allowed for both what?
Both and enum, and failing that string lookup. That was for
Oh yeah.
that was for a setting. So this is gonna want to be card pickup sound. What are you doing down here? What are all these doing down here? Ah, damn it. I was so careful. Okay, fuck it. I was so careful not to fucking use my clipboard. I lost my clipboard.
I wish there were a better way to have like 3 or 5 clipboards.
Oh, there's tons of utilities to do that. I just don't have one.
I know, but it's like a built-in Windows one that I wouldn't have to install on every work computer, you know?
That'd be super cool if we could actually just make this like a special, like a sound.
But a clipboard that goes through a cloud should be used across different devices.
Oh yeah, that too. That would be very cool.
So I missed that. What?
Just copy-paste buffers that would basically transcend devices via the cloud.
There is well, if you're sharing screens across multiple computers, there's a program I forgot the name of off the top of my head that does just that.
Mm-hmm. I know Logitech has their option software that does that if you have their mouse. Which is pretty cool, but other than that...
What I would love this to be is a drop down.
Mm. For graph purposes?
A drop just for the inspector purposes.
Mm.
Well, potentially graph too, yeah. I mean, it can be done with an attribute. But that's tricky because this is the whole point of serialized field. It serializes a string. So I don't think it comes with any options here. So that'd be super janky and probably involve like some Odin deep dive stuff. So I'm not gonna worry about it right now. We'll be touching on the sound stuff again later, so I'm not gonna get detoured by that right now. So that's gonna be on our card prefab. Now it has a sound. Basically just this. I think. Double check that. all my scenes. Backslash, backslash. UI, no backslash at front. No backslash, okay, cool. So we should now get we should get 3 sounds. Data collection 2, as I recall. What was that in reference to, Ninetales?
Oh, that was for the Audacity snafu.
Oh yeah, it was a fucking mess. Okay, you can't hear that, but it sounds nice.
Cool. Probably way better than that switch that's probably haunting your dreams by now.
It is definitely randomizing. It's so subtle. It's all about it's the subtleness. It's so small. Less is more. Okay, it's pretty quiet, but it's about that later. I think I've done a bit more. Okay, so when we pick up, so targeting carries on as normal, so none of this needs to change. And basically here. So at this point, we don't actually use the card. At this point, we want to create the timeline event to be placed on the timeline. Feels good to be in our own code again.
Yeah.
Alright, so currently how it's being done with these buttons, our timeline test, spawner test thing here, mouse down, it does this shit. And this lovely hack here. Which is a hack, but unfortunately it's necessary. This guy is going to live somewhat more permanent, probably timeline UI. So here we'll probably say timeline UI. The whole reason I had to rename all that shit. So I'm going to get this instance dot spawn on start timeline or on start event place. Right? I'm not a good naming mood, you think?
No, it's rename, right?
Yeah. Who's that? Okay, well, obviously, it's going to have to take a card, which is card. And that's going to be where we get our information from the card. Okay, what was known? That's the graph. And now we do have something. We don't have a graph yet. Graph came from the card actually being. Well, technically, do we? We do. We kind of have like these redundant graphs now. They're not redundant, they are being used, but they were being consolidated at some point. On uses the graph we're actually using. And that'll be card dot. I don't know what ID we're using from this. This is tricky too, because this has all happened from the graph so far. And this ID is very graph. That's designer level stuff.
Right.
We don't have that. There's no way we can find. There's literally no way we can find that because it's again designer stuff. Interesting. And it always felt pretty fucking arbitrary that we had to choose that anyway.
Right.
It's definitely the card name, right? Like, if we look at, say, slice. Really? I know it's messy here, dude, but that really set a graph. This is concerning. Oh, these are the cards, not the card graphs. This is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of thing that needs to eventually go away, become a time an event in the main graph. So yeah, where's my graph at? So this is the thing I'm talking about. This is pretty fucking arbitrary. Being able to do away with this would be nice. Downsides, you can't have multiple things in the same. If you just use the card ID of some kind, like card name or whatever, we assume it's unique, which probably well should be. If we just use the card name, then we've limited ourselves to only having a timeline event of one.
Card events.
Is that a problem?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. I think the ID being able to be user defined here is probably fine.
Well,
I just have to wonder what would it solve to.
What the promise is this: we don't have this. The graph has always been the one that places things in the timeline. Now we're to create something that's ready to go on the timeline, but we don't have that ID. And that was the graph designer's call. Now the graph we haven't reached the graph. We haven't reached the graph yet, so we really don't have a hell of a lot of choice for this. Pretty much has to be the card name, which would be the definition.
Yeah.
Name. Pretty much the definition name.
That's fair. As long as that's, some sort of drop down or something, and then we just have the same functionality, it should be fine.
Drop down where?
Like all the cards that you have, where the ID of slice is right now on the graph, turn that into a drop down of all cards and just choose a card.
Well,
oh no, that's not card. This is a specific card, not the definition. Is that
like the kind of idea is that we don't have that anymore because, but you're right. I mean, what if we don't want to place the one that's specific to this card? Because right now we can pretty much just do away with this now and use the card definition name. But
that's what I figured.
Oh, we have a new listener, watcher. I'm gonna butcher your name too. Welcome, Lysero. I got 75% confident in that name pronunciation. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I have butchered pretty much everybody's name so far. Except for Ninetales, I'm 98% sure on that one.
It's actually Nientales.
Oh, fuck off.
0 for 3.
Ah.
Okay, I have one of those weird hippie names IRL, so I'm used to everybody
Hippie name. The name that goes on for weeks.
Yeah.
Call it a hippie name. It's just bloody long.
Luck saying it all in one breath.
Fucking leave some names for the rest of us. Alright. So we're about to lose this as it stands. But we have little choice because we're not at the graph level yet. This is literally all we have. I mean, other than doing a whole new event like get ID, the downside is that this graph is now this place timeline event. This will always be the card definition name, which right now it is. We just haven't been typing it manually, but that's just how we are right now.
Right.
So let's think pragmatically about this. should we want to add that later, bring in the uniqueness again, we'd have to solve this problem.
Yeah. So I guess timeline events don't always have a card tied to them. That's the other issue. Let's say you have a card that, or it can be, one card that spawns multiple events. Maybe it's like you get a burst of energy now, but then you get like a wound card or something,
Yeah.
or a wound event.
But the thing is, like, we've intrinsically tied that to the UI action now. So if we were to do that, then we'd have to offer them 2 placements of things on the timeline, which is another thing.
I mean, unless it's like an automatic thing where it's like 5 ticks after this placement is another thing that we put in there.
Yeah. And right now, that wouldn't, the way we're about to go, that would not be possible because of this.
Precisely. Yeah.
Um,
So do
I
we
think
need to have
I think the fix
card?
is quite simple. Because at this stage, when this thing runs, we have total control right there. So I think that the trick is, at this point, this would just simply be the bound card. Bound Tangletorn. There. This would be bound card dot whatever name, right? But we can offer them the chance to put a custom one if they want. And at this point,
Yes.
we do have complete control. So
I like
if
that.
it comes
By
to that,
default,
if it
do
comes
the
to that,
normal
they can
thing.
take override ID, and then they can customize it themselves.
Yep, and you use a show if.
And at this point, all these IDs references can be replaced with the bound card.
Mhm.
And timeline events don't exist. Oh, that's a lie. That's a complete lie. Timeline events do exist outside of cards, and that is in our AI.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Timeline events are not card based.
How is that going to fuck up our AI counters? Where's my AI? Right, so this could be a case where we do. Oh, something got bigger at some point.
Yeah.
Now it's not snapping too good. Come on.
Ninetales says, unless you had some restriction added in that you can't put a specific event ID on the timeline more than once, so you'd have to wait for the previous to activate. That's another good point.
I think that's something that's solvable as well, in that you can you could deal with some kind of incremental IDs and then pop that in a graph variable of some kind. It could get a bit clunky.
True.
It could be clunky, but I think it's something we could support.
At the same time, I'm trying to think when there would be...
Oh, hang on, sorry, the question... Oh, no, sorry, yeah, I think... Okay, so these IDs are graph-specific. So if the concern there in Ninetales is that you can't have more of the same card on the graph at once, that's not the case, because these they're isolated. The ID lookups are completely isolated to each graph. Each card has its own graph, so they don't clash like that. You can have as many as you want. If that's what the question was, or the concern was. Sorry, Jim.
Oh, you're good. I totally didn't even see that part of it.
I should probably finish reading all these things before I start commenting on stuff. Unless you have some sequence. Cheers. Is everything blurry? That was quick. The cat photograph that definitely was the cause of the stream being interrupted abruptly. Do you blame the blurry cat? Do you blame the camera? Do you blame the wine? It's definitely not my fault. So I blame you. Yeah, I closed the cat picture, but didn't close the cat. I closed Discord instead. Ooh, metabolism. Metabolism. It's a hell of a drug. Where were we with? Yeah, we were trying to figure out this whole situation here, because this is going to fall apart, isn't it? Because there's no card associated with this. So these would be cases, I think, that we have to introduce that custom thing right away. Or this will fall apart immediately. Do we want to have it sort of default to entering one, and then the checkbox for just to use the card?
Yeah, that's probably a better option, actually.
Keeping in mind, it will absolutely break on card graphs if you do type in. Unless you actually, well, that's okay if you actually match them. If you match with the card name. Yeah, so I think a default of being able to, it will break this, won't break this graph. So let's do that now. Great. So with our ID, we'll have a show if in a bool, public bool, use card.
Mission.
I'm trying to make this as clear for the designer because they don't give a shit about this whole ID nonsense. And our problem.
Right.
Our problems are not their problems. So should we use bound card or something like that?
Yeah.
But they don't know what the hell bound means.
Use.
You have to be clear to the. It's basically
Use originating card.
Okay, replacing something on the timeline event. This is the card. So this is
I mean, it could be use card name as ID.
because that's.
I know it's super long.
No,
but,
that more. It's not
but
long.
that's what it's doing.
Link's fine, but it introduces the complexity of what we're trying to solve right now to the designer. The designer doesn't give a shit about that. They shouldn't have to. It's basically, if you don't want a custom ID, then this timeline event you're placing is the card. So is card event. Is current card
Okay.
event. Is current card event.
So that comes with the implication then that if it is a card event, it's using the card's like ID.
Yeah, even ID is a bad name, isn't it? Okay.
I mean, I think it's an identifying string. I think that's fine.
Use is placing a timeline event on the timeline. Is it current card? I'm okay with that for now. I'm not. It doesn't feel heinous. And then we want to do a show, the opposite of show it, which isn't one, so we have to use code.
We'll just do show if and then other way around by using the
Well, it takes the name, unfortunately, so it's true. It's assuming true.
right.
But we do have our
Using at, I think,
yeah.
if you want to search for that.
One.
There.
So it's in the string at and then it's just code, and it has to have this. So this, if not this. Given how sketchy I am about that name, I'm going to be a little bit cheeky here. That's not going to work because you can't. That's actually executing code,
Oh yeah.
which this is not. Well, this is not executing code. So show if not current card event, and if it is current card event, so then when we place this fucker, this is going to be if it's current card event, then it'll be the Tangle graph dot bound card, if there is one. Definition name, which actively unique. I think that's a fair thing. I mean, that's going to kick the modding community in the crowd in the balls a little bit.
Right.
But there's workarounds for that. Like you have a mod pack or something, and you just append some GUID or some shit to all of the names. So it's not. We're not shooting ourselves in the foot there. Otherwise, it takes the actual ID. And same deal as. No, this is not correct. Copy paste. Same gig would be over in here. Actually, no. It's well, we have no choice. It has to be the card definition name. And I think everything else So we have cost. That's warm up, isn't it? Well, it isn't warm up. I want to rename that right now, but I need to jot down all the. Actually, I'll use no. I have to jot down all of the costs we've got. So I want to rename that to warm up. And post-ticks doesn't fucking exist, so fuck knows. It's nothing to do with card definition. This is definitely graph stuff.
Right.
Which brings us back to the beginning here. Do we need to ask the graph at this point? Because this straight up, this is graph. Think about what we're doing. We're placing a thing that's going to cause an ongoing effect potentially. If that's what we want to, well, we need to visualize that for the player. So they're going to have to see this length of time, and that could be completely dependent on the situation, which means it's graph. We're not going to be able to put that into the card definitions. I mean, to be honest, cost is already pushing it hard. I don't need cost. I don't need cost even in here.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Which means we're going to have to ask a graph. And we have one.
Yeah.
We have one, but it means spinning up a graph that may not actually exist. So we're spinning up a temporary graph simply to ask it. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Firing up a graph, so let's pseudocode this thing. So, start. Again, on use will be replaced soon, but I'll stick with on you for now. Let's tackle one thing at a time here. Start the card graph. Get the charge time. And then we can even do this thing in there too. Although I'm kind of happy with our solution for that. It seems pretty good. But these other two, the cost, that should just go away. The fact we've having to copy, it was a red flag when we already had to literally go back and refer to the card definition before we put the place node, the place time and event node in there. So red flag already. And it gave us no flexibility over cost. Okay, taking this further, that also means the UI of the card itself, when it gets dealt. I take that even further, and this is a legit use case. If something changes, your card costs, well, I use cost loosely, the card costs might change. You see this all the time in a lot of deck builders. You play something and all your card costs go down or become instant or free or whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna have some way to elegantly deal with that.
There's gonna be. I'm not gonna every single frame for every single card spin up a graph and check every single frame of every single card, but at least we have to say, hey, refresh card costs. But yeah, we are definitely gonna have to start graph. Let's start the card graph. Get the time, charge time for the cards, and I mean, we've not really done this for roleplay, but this is like getting a piece of information from the graph. It's kind of interesting. It has to be. How's it going to look on the graph? It's going to be obviously it's going to be an event, right? And then that event execute. Oh shit! That means it's. Fuck. This is going to be a little bit like. Actually, no. We have an example of something similar to this. It's in our effects using our effects in effect. I think I have where to find this. About changed in update effect. I think it's going to be this kind of flow with the update. It's it's super clunky though. Super clunky. It adds at least two nodes to every card graph. And some of them can be hella trivial. So, but let me just see if I can visually demonstrate this. Shield's probably the best bet. My concern is shield. We don't have a shield on anything that changes things at a time. Yeah. So we have a node that's like on get card details or some shit. And it just basically has to trigger some kind of like return card details, and which has the actual values here, which are runtime inputs.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically adding two nodes to every graph. But it does need the trigger, because we need that trigger. It's definitely not going to be using the start of the graph. Alternatively, we can have a single node that just floats off on its own, and we look specifically for that node. And then execute it. And once it's executed, then get the output values. I think that might be more graceful, and we can put it like right next to the start. Does that make sense?
I think so.
So we have a
Yeah, I mean,
we just basically, because right now we're actually looking for the start node. We look specifically for the start node to start a graph. So we do the same thing. We look for a card details node. And if we find it, we execute it. The execution part of it allows it to be runtime inputs if it does need to. It won't feed back off anything in any memory in the graph itself, any state in the graph, but it can't anyway. The graph isn't really started yet. It can't have started yet. We've not placed the card. It's not happened yet. But it does let us do things like check if there's certain circumstances, and check like if there's effects in play, and so on. So yeah, okay. So it shouldn't be too difficult. So I'm going to top down program the hell out of this, because I'm going to really lost it down.
I'm gonna have to head out in probably 5-ish minutes. I have an early day tomorrow.
Oh shit. Okay, mate. Well, I'm going to carry
Well, then
on
we'll
until at
see.
least this bit's done.
Okay.
I'm going to get at least this bit from here. And then we'll call it. We got out of the other code at least. For now, we're out of the other code.
Yeah.
We're back in our own code. So we can start making progress again. So start the card graph. This is clunky. Get the casting. Get the timeline event information from the graph. This card. Start the graph. Tangle graph. Dot start. Bound. Does it really matter? I guess it has to. Probably wants to. More problems. This card. Actually, no. The card. No, yeah, that's okay. The card has been already. This piece of memory right here is legit. That's all the way through that exists. What does it want? It wants the graph. Of course, it wants the graph. So that's the card on use. We're just using that for now. The card itself. Please start callback. Don't need anything for that. That was for initialization, so we don't need in this case. So now we've got the graph. Please tell me that returns the graph. It does, thank God. So this is the graph, card graph. Now we get the just one swoop get card graph. Now, before we've had to do like how to do this with start node. Start. We do it here. I feel like we could probably do better than this. Tangle graph get first node of a type of type. I mean, this is trivial, but we're doing it twice, might as well do it now. Type of T. Oh, that's right. That's T. T has to be where T is a tangle node. What? You didn't understand my chicken scratch? Perfect. So now we're gonna say get the how's card graph. Start card graph. Tangle graph. Private. Right. Smart. And now we're after card event. What was this? Card information? Card info?
Yeah, I guess card info.
Card details. Node. Yeah. Well, it's like a better idea. It's a Tangle node. It's gonna have a bunch of runtime stuff. This is where we could do the ID, but I'm gonna leave that alone for now. We definitely want int charge time, and I'm tempted to call this. No, I don't want to call this post pre and post. That's just shitting on the designers. Charge time and then effect time. Well, luckily the effect time can be fed by something else.
Right.
So calling it an effect is kind of a bit presumptuous. But it's easily revisited. And it's a one-time input, so it also can be... It can come from literally anywhere. If you want to do some math and figure it out, you can. And that's pretty much everything I can think of right now. Easy to add to. What needs this to be in timeline UI? What we want to be here? We want to be in Tangler. Okay, hold the phone. Start node. Tangler.nodes. Wheel. Skeptical. That's probably why it wasn't. Nothing. Angler. Nodes. It should be the namespace. Yep. Alright. So we got that guy now. We execute it. Force execute node. What the fuck is force execute node? Check. Yeah, this is not what we want. How do we execute the start one? That's how. Just double checking that does our. Yep, inside inputs. So we want our this guy. That's blocking. And that's completely inaccurate. Execute the card details node in the graph. I should definitely do a proper explosion here, a descriptive explosion. If you need a veil, man, just go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually just gonna say I'm fading fast.
Okay, man. Have a good one. Thanks for coming in, as usual.
Good luck with the rest of this. Let me know how it goes.
I'll probably press on for, well, however long this takes.
All right. Good night, everyone. Good luck.
Did you?
Honestly.
Yeah, now we can talk.
Yes.
Let's.
All the rails have
God,
fallen out.
I'm so glad he's gone. Can't stand that guy. I miss him. I'm lost without my jib. No, I'm not. I can do this. Okay, so now I definitely am talking for thin air. When I teach a class and none of the students speak. I love teaching, but teaching remotely is so weird. Teaching to this over Zoom is so weird. No, it's not my thing. Right, get the card details node. In this guy. And if you don't find one, they explode. Fucking blow up. Somebody fucked up. Somebody gone fucked up. Eventually this stuff will have to be some kind of check graph for errors, and then that'll come later on when the modding tools are taken out into a separate application. Right. We're trying in the timeline UI, we're trying to put graph for card definition name has no card details. No. Otherwise, we're good to go. So we run the guy. It gives it a chance to do anything it needs to do. Now it should have any information it needs. Now it should have any information it needs to do this part. The outputs will be set. Now I've never pulled outputs in this way before. This is kind of interesting. Not normally it's done from node to node. It's not usually extracted in the same way. I don't think. Keep random. Do we call it some code anywhere? I was supposed to. I think the nested graphs actually do. Thinking about it. It's like I have to pass it a port, which is shitty because I don't have the fucking port. Which means I need to do some fucking acrobatics to get it. I don't want to do that, so I'm sure I made this easy myself somewhere. I don't have this node port. This is all meant to be. All these methods are meant to be called from within the graph when you have access to this kind of information. I don't have access to information, but I can get it. But if I don't have a way of doing it, like ideally, I want to be able to say get value and just pretty much just give it the name of this. About we should have. I should be able to just give it that name. I can't do that. Name I can't do this. I can't do this. Damn, that's even quotes. I hate this. It's already a bad sign. Putting variable names in quotes. Terrible idea. Get value. So it's gonna have to be the card details node dot. Oh, get port. Right. Perfect. Well, I can stream. I'm sure I can streamline it. And the field name would be wonderful if I can. I can't use that type of task now. This was easy. Easy when we can do this, but I can't do that outside this class, which means, unfortunately, hard coding variable names into code. I hate saying that. Nobody fucking even knows this keyword exists. For me, apparently. This will be for. Oh, I'm looking for here. Charge duration. Yeah, I'm gonna make this a lot, myself. I'm gonna say, hey, what I would like to be able to do is say, get value, provide a type. In this case, I want an integer, and the name of the thing I want is that. Just to make it less fucking hideous. So now I want. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Let's see if my Tango node one. So let's override this again with a different. This actually won't be an override. The base doesn't exist. And this takes a type, a string, a field name. Yeah, on the base there. Definitely want to get. It's so redundant doing this. Every time I do this, it'll completely regenerate any random numbers or do any kind of random shit. The player won't notice, but it's just inefficient as fuck. Not that I like any difference in performance, it just upsets me. But I'll leave it in there for safety's sake, even though I know I've done it because I've executed here, which would have done it already. But this is a general use case here. So if I wanted to be super picky, I could put a class and optional, but I'm not going to bother. It's going to confuse me. So this is going to get the port. Oh, this is fake as fuck then. Fake as fuck then. Fine, so that's going to be our port. No, that's straight up. Get value. What am I in? Tango node. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's getting a type, getting a field. I don't need to do any of this at all. I can just say get return get value, get port, field name. The only reason I did this is to cast it to whatever type I wanted. So I'm not even bother commenting this thing, it's a helper function. And now that will be casted to an integer, so this is a object. This has got to be a T. Now that should be an integer. Yes, lovely. It's a little bit tidier, I prefer. And we have copy and paste, and I've trust myself, declaration. So much mangle it. Now I've got both of those. I'm good to go. There's my duration. There's any effect length. And what else? What else is this? Duration. Oh fuck, that was duration cooldown. Well, I guess that's also more information. That's gonna be cooldown duration. Cooldown is how long before. It's primarily used for, well, exclusively used for AI right now. Cooldown is how long before the AI is allowed to use the same ability again. So it's not even a card details thing. But it could be. No, it isn't. It never will be. But yeah, this is why I have it hard coded in my one. For cards, it will never be anything. But there are no cooldown for cards. The cooldown of a card is when you draw the card. So we don't have a sorcerer agent or any of that shit yet. Oh no. We do, don't we? That's the whole point. On start, this gets called after we've let go, which means we have a valid target, which is there you go. Valid target agent. valid target agent. We don't actually do this anymore. Not yet. This happens in a bit. This is going to have to take the agent we're targeting. Also going to have to take Bring us back for a second. It's also going to need to take. What is it getting? Oh, character. Yeah, all cards come from the character, so that's fair. And that's happening in encounter. We can use here. Yeah, that's fair. We did that. That guy. So now we got a. What was this target? It may not be a target. That could be null. If it's one of the abilities that you just target at nothing. Which I totally want to bypass as a UI step. Right now, if you have a card that just like, for instance, I don't know, a card that just like will randomly attack 3 people. You don't target a specific person because it's random. Right now, you have to target thin air. You have to basically drag out this little targeting curve and then drop it in the middle of the battlefield or whatever. That's the step I do want to work around. Not hard, it's not around to yet. Final timeline, definitely not. Instant, no. That's got to go after. See. Target, yes. Source, we don't have. This one is going to be our core dot game dot current encounter dot character. And the target. Here's the one I passed it. Target. I think that's everything. So that creates our timeline event. And that goes in here. So now we have all this other shit we have to deal with. And that's not really... This all came before from that shitty test script. All this stuff. Well, that one specifically. We will need in timeline UI. For sure. That will need prefab. Oh wow, right, that's not broken. Sprite manager, yeah. We haven't got to our sprites yet, so this it's unknown. Yeah, I know handle sprites. Timeline event. Initialize all of the UI loveliness. Still need to figure out how to get around the whole drag drop situation because it's no longer a drag drop, it's now just a drop. And there's all this fake shit. This is pretty much what we have to replace. So at this stage, we're done. Create a timeline event. Create the timeline event UI. Now what we want to do is kind of attach timeline event to the mouse, so it can be dropped on the timeline. Pretty much. This still makes sense. The draggable object is now this guy. It's going to be the variable now. This makes sense. This makes sense. This doesn't make sense. Nor does that. These two make sense. That's attaching it to the mouse. This is the thing that fakes the drag begin. That's totally not what we want to do anymore. The whole goddamn reason I bought this thing asset off the asset swords to not program a bloody drag drop system. I'm so sick and tired of coding them. And here I am rewriting the whole thing like 3 times. Yeah, you guys know. Drag drop systems. Oof. I'm going to have a cigarette. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Now for your eyes here. Right. I had a thought when I was having a cigarette, and I've lost it. We'll come back. So, this is not what I want. I want to basically, like, code of, fake the drag start. Okay, I don't want that. I want to attach the timeline event to the mouse, so I want to not fake this whole begin drag thing. Unless any sign else. Okay, so I want to attach it, but it's not an actual drag. Which is a problem because we have a lot of stuff that kind of relies on that, like this. That is kind of important. So I do kind of want to fake the drag. Okay, I'm going to just try this. I wonder if this drag will just work. Because it hasn't. I don't know, because I don't know if it's immediately going to call, if Unity, if some of the Unity is immediately going to call the drop because the mouse isn't held. Or if a click will actually, a click might just actually make the thing work. It's sketch, but I'm going to test this first. Let me just try this, see how far it gets me. Even if it works, I'm gonna recode it. It's janky. And realistically, you're never going to be dragging and dropping things on a timeline that I can think of, unless there's a card that specifically says, yeah, you can reposition something. In which case, yeah, we would enable dragging and dropping. But we already have the stuff to do that, so it's not. That's not. Let's just turn things back on. That would be switched off. Okay, so what we got? Start card placement event is called from here instead of using the card. And when this thing is eventually dropped, I will need to add a hook to the drop to the event drop to trigger the. Wait, I'm gonna head straight on here. What am I? Hang on a second. This is called after I target it, right? Yes. So this will trigger the card graph. Pretty much. Which conveniently we already have, which is kind of cool. That wasn't a complete waste spawning in here. It's only a waste if you also need to do if add a hook to the event being dropped somewhere invalid. So the timeline, I think this might already be handled, but I want to make sure it's handled properly. Someone is cleaned up properly. Okay. Is this testable? I mean, it'll break immediately. If it doesn't, then I have to take the code out back, form an exorcism. But it doesn't mean I have to go through every single one of my cards and add that new node. Oh wait, what was it doing this for? I already handled that. This guy here. targeting happens first, and then when I let go of the target, I should see, well, probably a bunch of areas. And then I work with those. It's just, oh. Oh. This is probably a copy and paste error. Wow, I've never seen that from our. Oh shit, of course it will. Yeah, okay, so yeah. That get values thing I just added. I've got a million of them. It's in Tangletorn, no. Get value. This guy has to have a different name. Get value by field name. Otherwise, reflection will ship it out. It's nice to be coding out of my own code base again. Gotta use slice. So I'll go to slice, dude. Oh, error. Okay. Oh yeah. Didn't actually add the card details mode or anything. So this is where I have to go through all of our cards. Luckily we don't have that many right now. It's kind of why we're keeping our deck fairly. Slices are basically our go-to test graph from adding new stuff. There's no point going through everything. This, oh my god, this I want to clean up so badly. This is such a mess. I'm gonna completely replace this, and you right click and it gives you a nice fuzzy search thing. I know all this stuff's gonna get replaced when we have the external tools. So this actually doesn't need to execute anything. It's kind of nice. It's just gonna have execution for false. False. So this is a little node that has to sit around every graph, but it doesn't mean we can do logic to determine what the charge time and evacuation is. So I'll just kind of sit it by the start for now. There's a slice, which is great. It means our actual cards, these dudes, don't need this anymore. So let's see how much damage that does. Didn't do any actually, so only was ever used in one place. Okay, let's do something else. UI for. Ooh, damn. I will come back to this. I think that little asterisk on it. Get the card charge time and card graph. I'm not gonna. I'll probably come back to this in a couple minutes. But for now, I'll just make the card cost text question mark. Does any of this make sense to anybody? Barely makes sense to me half the time. So this is gonna have 3 and 0. And I'm not gonna bother populating it elsewhere. So I'll test this. Our slice card is so abused that when you use slice, it immediately spawns a new one. Most OP card ever, but it's just. Are you saying this is like some kind of ASMR background shit sequence? Yeah, slice will be in there. There's like some gold foil card that's just like infinite spawning. Right, not fapping about. Oh, okay. Oh, that's because I forgot to set up the timeline prefab, which is on the timeline UI. Encounter timeline. Timeline event UI. There. There we go. Yeah. The graph right now, the discard graph, which is a separate graph right now, but we're going to be merging these into a singular graph. This is the slice discard graph. Start, draw card, slice, and then discard the card that was drawn, that was used. Sorry, you used the card, it discards the one you used, but in the meantime, it makes a new one. Alright, we have a slice. No. Slice, slice, slice. Okay, they're still hurting me, so the previous timeline is still working. And error? Yeah, so we immediately got... Yep, that's expected. Okay, so it was... My worries were true. Unfortunately... I mean, it's gonna be a freaking hassle. It just means that... That it does automatically registers the drop because my mouse is up. Ninetales. Could you theoretically link the info on the details node to the place on timeline node so it's not the place? The idea at the moment. No, yes, you're completely right. Yes. And that's actually got me thinking from here. That actually makes me wonder if I can do this. I've never tried this before. An input and an output on the same thing, because that would effectively let you wire out from... I have no idea if it's going to work. I've never made an input and an output at the same time, but it would let you wire out from the... Let's see if it shows up. No, it doesn't. I'm not really surprised. Yeah, so you're right, and that would definitely be a time saver. Is be able to feed out from here. But currently, I don't know how that's going to be this rendering thing we use for the graph. It's simply rendering the output nodes here because it's probably a simple check saying, oh, if it's an input, render this little port here. If it's an output, render this here, and there's no check for both. I'm assuming. I don't really want to dive into that right now because every time I dive into the Xnode system, which is the open source project, we very loosely based Tangler off. There's almost no original code left, but every time I dive into there, it's a bit of a mess. But thanks for pointing that out because I will believe myself able to do here, as to do. Yep, outputs. Working with properties for as well. So it can be wired into. I mean, I could just basically make it so when this place timeline event happens, when this is executed, it just looks for this again. It looks for this card details node in the same graph and then executes it again and then gets the same information. As opposed to having to flood this stuff with more wires. And that would be, I think, probably fine. I can't think of a use case off the top of my head we wouldn't want to do that. Because this happens immediately after the card's placed, which means this is only when you pick up the card. And this happens the second you drop it. So it's nothing's going to have changed between the two. So a more graceful solution probably would be to just have these guys work up from here. Which would not take long at all. Again, so what we have to do is this is definitely going to... What I'll do at the end of this thing is I'll search the entire code base for the ASDFs and do the comment out. So I'm actually, I'll never remember to search these things otherwise. Get the charge and the charge time and effect duration from the card details. It's definitely most graceful, just less hassle for the designer to have to wire things up. Yeah, come back to that. It's kind of negates this. I really can't think of a use. I can't think of it. Not only do I have to do extra work down here, which isn't right now, is I can't think of a use case of why you'd have an input and an output on the same thing. If that does come up, then it'll come up. But in the meantime, I think that this is a better solution. Not this other comment. Alright, so this completely failed. Kind of as I was expecting. So I need to figure out a better way. It involves rewriting a drag drop system. Hey! Fuck's sake. Okay, so what is effectively just doing? This is bullshit, because that's not going to be the case anymore. This guy, though, the whole point of this dude, the problem is that drop is getting pulled immediately. This drop is called from the... Oh, it's only ever pulled from the update. So it's... Oh, hang on, wait a second. I was doing this. This is me. This is some pretty rapidly test codey stuff I don't need this anymore. I don't think I need this at all anymore. Let's just point it out, see what breaks. That's not necessary. Open mode down here. That means new release is necessary. Go. So I'm pretty much, as soon as it detects that the mouse button's up, which is immediately because I clicked on it and this is happening, but drops and not being triggered anywhere else. That's not true, actually. Draggable object drops called from Unity's trigger system, which is on the time on event UI. Draggable. This dude, the event trigger, does call drop. So if I don't do it myself, I need drag, but if I don't have this, I know this is going to break down multitude other ways, but I'm wondering if it doesn't immediately drop. Oops. Oh shit, I did these. Whoops. The stuff I deleted in here actually was necessary. Fortunately, I do actually need these. Well, no, I don't need them because this isn't. Doing anything useful either, so no, I still don't need them. I'm going to keep them commented though. Just comment all this stuff out. That can go pretty quickly, I think. Any programmers in the crowd? I know some of you definitely, I think, have a programming background or anything. So, I think it was the last, I think Ninetales, I think you were programming. And you seem to know your shit. Or you have a programmer brain. Yep, there you go. I barely have a computer science degree. I have a degree in games computing. Which, honestly, I was drunk for most of the time. And learned how to play pool pretty well. But, like, coded my first game engine when I was 14. So back when you had to buy compilers, I asked for Christmas for the Bowling C compiler for a Christmas present, and I got it. And there was no game engines really back then. Everything was proprietary, so I made my first game engine. It was called the X engine. All my variables started with an X. All my classes started with an X. So yeah, I was jumped to university because I really didn't see the point. Oh, it was there for a split second and then went away. Same problem. Yeah, when I was when everybody else in my year of university was at their graduation ceremony, I didn't go to my graduation ceremony because none of my family wanted to bother coming halfway across the country to my graduation ceremony because family. And
I didn't even go to my own graduation ceremony.
neither did I. I was signing my first contract with my first client, my first studio that I started before I graduated during the graduation ceremony, and I thought it was a better use of my time. But I did go to the graduation ceremony after jeans and t-shirt. Everybody else was wearing those damn fucking penguin suits, and I'd stole all the free wine and got all the good stuff. I didn't get a particularly good grade anyway. I got 2-1. I could have applied myself and got better, but whatever. See, I feel like I covered a bunch of stuff, but I didn't use a lot of what it looks like jobs looking for. Computer science is interesting. I don't regret. Okay, I lie. Sometimes I regret not taking a computer science degree because it really prepares you for whiteboard questions. Honestly, I think that's more or less where it ends. Computer science as a field is crucial, but I think a computer science degree, I mean, in terms of, I guess it's more broad. I mean, a computer science degree can get you into, into electrical engineering. It can get you into quite. It's programming at its lowest level, which can get you into a whole bunch of different fields. For me, games development really, having dabbled and pissed around making games when I was younger, helped me more than my degree did. I don't regret taking a degree. I mean, if I would have regretted taking a degree if I was in North America, but I was in the UK, and even though you do pay to an extent for your degree, it used to be free, but then for me it was like, I think my student loan ended up being £12,000. I paid probably a chunk of it back, not a hell of a lot, but they also, once I left the country, they don't chase you up on it. It's literally in their policy. They just wipe it clean. As soon as you leave the country, it's not worth their effort. So. But if I'd taken a computer science degree in North America, I'd probably be a little bit pissed. I'm probably barely paying off my student loan now. Oh, at least in the States. I don't know how bad it is in Canada. It's pretty bad in Canada too, I think. What the fuck was I doing? I dropped bacon. I can all this. Wow, sequence. Challenge. Oof. What the fuck was your teacher doing during all this time? Just sitting there? God. Oh, wow. Class act sequence.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Fuck's sake. You can't, I hate to generalize. Sometimes the education system definitely, oh, hang on, sorry, I just read spots. I undid. Yeah. Sometimes the education system in certain countries, in certain places, in certain countries, in certain people. Certain teachers make me wonder, why are you teaching? Like, you hate it that much? What the fuck are you doing? There's a phrase in the UK, those who can't teach. And it always bugged me, because we've all had shit teachers, and we've all had great teachers. And a great teacher will inspire you and make you just fascinated by a topic. A bad teacher can destroy a potential career in like one semester. Someone who could have been really into something, and one teacher can just ruin it for them. Nightingales, degrees, yeah. I guess the question too, this is why I brought up electrical engineering, because I think computer science degrees are very relevant now. At that level of coding, like C coding, memory management, optimization, and profiling at that level is still incredibly relevant for some fields. Electrical engineering and microcontrollers and electronics in general is that end degree. I guess shader programming could definitely benefit from that, because but even that's heading rapidly toward not managed, but it's heading that direction. I mean, that used to be just when I started doing shaders, they were full assembly, and now they're like you have if statements, loops. I only very recently got into electronics in general. I was always fascinated as a kid, and I never had the I guess the money to get into it. Right, I didn't have the. I tried to like make a pit. Like this is like obviously before Arduinos and stuff. So I remember saving up money and getting like the components I thought I needed. Also, the internet was very young. The internet was not what it is now. It was mostly just small forums and stuff. This is like in I guess the mid-90s. The internet was a bit of a baby still, and there was. I tried to make a PIC controller for a PIC processor, and I gotta show you one thing. It still blows my mind. I don't know if you guys can see this in the camera. Let me just move my camera down here. So this is like a bit fairly humbling for me. Give me a second here. Small electronics, difficult to hang up. I seem to have failed through them. Okay, so this. Refocus the camera. This guy. It's a six pin little computer. This is about 10 times more powerful. No, maybe even more than that. I think I actually did a calculation. It's a couple orders of magnitude more powerful than the computer that got the Apollo missions to the moon. Costs about 30 cents, and if you sneeze, it's gone. I mean, granted, it's got extremely limited memory space for your program, but you can get ones a tiny bit bigger, which are more powerful than the first computer I ever used. Yeah, science. Electronics are fun though. Especially when my hobby is trying to fit electronics in very small spaces. I just bought a ton of tiny miniature silver metal briefcases. They're like not even the size of your palm. And putting tiny electronics on them makes me very happy. But then I realized if I make a printed circuit board, oh, almost. We just didn't hold on to it, which means Unity is not stopping up, not immediately calling a drop. Which is fantastic. I mean, I do want to replace this code at some point, but it means the grab. Okay. Because begin drag is the only thing that actually handles a movement. That's the mouse position used for offsets. Begin drag. Maybe this wasn't called yet. Oh shit. I have to call initialize first. Whoops. Okay, this may still block my face then. Because Unity might, I didn't call initialize, so it had no hook onto the drop. Yeah, I need to initialize. Oh wait, I did call initialize. I totally did. There. So, it's not initialize. It means it's not, the drop's not a problem. Still hacky, but maybe there's a simple solution to this. Wasn't grabbing it, so let's back over and drag up a object. Handle on drag through. Why was I using this here? Right. This seems redundant now as well, I think. No, it's not actually. No, this is for. Eventually, you might become redundant. This is for. This is related to being able to drag things around the timeline. Loosely related to being able to drag things around the timeline after you place them, which is something that's questionable right now, but I'm going to leave the functionality now. It can be very useful. And begin drag. So this guy who's hooking this. This guy is. So this gets called, which calls event begin drag, which is just some stuff I don't care about. In fact, I might delete soon. So why is this dropping? It's handling its own drag, so the update. Oh, of course, because the mouse button's not anymore. Okay. So I just need to kind of just simplify and just change this up a bit. So yeah, just keep dragging until I click the mouse button. Yeah, this thing is super simple. So keep dragging the event until the mouse is clicked. Pretty straightforward. So drag, and then if get mouse button down 0, which is the left mouse button, then drop. Wouldn't this be nice? This works. Ooh, paragraph. My current project I do right now. I make a communication bridge between the original Game Boy Color systems, and 3DS local wireless. How does the 3DS communicate wirelessly? Is it Wi-Fi? No, it could be Wi-Fi. Did they use infrared?
I believe it is Wi-Fi. Yeah, because I have a connection to our Wi-Fi.
Oh, cool. I thought 3DS. Oh, 3DS. So I'm thinking of the original DS. Yeah, 3DS is a bit more recent, so that makes sense. Yeah, cool. Make a communication bridge. That's a really fucking cool problem. I like it. Sorry, I didn't finish it. I always get carried away and excited when midway through reading something.
Would that even be illegal? Because I know they changed the setup, and just the data, the way it's stored, or the I'm assuming they talk about things like Pokemon, for instance,
And this is sorry.
Like for trading. In which case, I thought the data was different. Like they actually changed how it was used inside the software. And I'm not sure.
Well, it sounds to me. How did? Okay, so how? So
Like initially, the way they calculate, it's like for Pokemon, you got like characteristics, there's a description of their personality. It's not very detailed or anything like that. I think the actual data to generate that doesn't exist in Gen 1 and 2. They redid it in Gen 3 for like the remakes
was
of the first games, Fire Red and Leaf Green. And also like some of the original games, like in Gen 1, they don't even have genders, for example. That didn't even exist in the game code. And similar
is
things
this is
for like
hang on,
other data.
is this is the goal here is this an original game you played on an original Game Boy or Game Boy Color game being played on a 3DS? Is it the same game?
Well, it sounds like what Ninetales is saying is trading. Like you trade,
Yeah,
like
so
if
no,
it's
he's saying a
Pokemon,
virtual
for
console, so
example.
it's an emulator effectively. So it's a hardware thing. So basically, how could the original Game Boys communicate? Do they have infrared
They
or
had to
have
use cables.
cables? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean that was like you
In
just
that case, honestly, I
if,
think sorry.
yeah, it was like 1-to-1 basically.
Okay, so whatever communication protocol they were using is probably proprietary, knowing Nintendo. Uh, so what I would do, I'm not trying to give some like elite advice or anything. I'm really just spitballing here, but I don't know if you can see this, but this is a logic analyzer. Um, I'd take a Game Boy Color talking to another Game Boy Color, or sorry, Game Boy talking to another Game Boy with the whatever cable, splice the cable, however many pins it is, hook up some one of these guys. It costs about $80. SPI. Okay, well that's even easier. It's only 3 cables, right? 3 cables? Yeah, 3. Yeah, 3 or 4. I can't remember off the top of my head. Shows what I know. In that case, SPI. It's just gonna be. At that point, you're just dealing with data. So I would still recommend one of these things because you just put it into SPI mode and it will decode and give you the byte stream. And that byte stream will probably be proprietary. You're not going to be using any like JSON or anything fancy. And then you're pretty much just sniffing it at that point. If you can reverse it, and I don't doubt it's been like I put a lot of money on that someone's reversed that already for various reasons. That's probably completely documented. In that case, you're basically just breaking a bridge, making a Wi-Fi. You probably use how I mean depending on how much processing needs to be done, you can probably use one of these. This supports SPI and it's got a and Wi-Fi, even though it's the size of my thumb. It's an ESP01 controller, and this thing it could just basically listen for the 3DS local wireless, local Wi-Fi. Listen to the, I guess it's going to be the protocol because it's going to be expecting a lot of back and forth communication. Once you get down to the game level, where you're talking at the game like whatever the cable will be talking. When you're down to the wire, basically, you should be fine. I mean, it's an emulated game. I'm sure it's been hacked to hell and documented, but it's probably the handshaking that would be tricky. Whatever the 3DS is doing on a handshake level might be simple, but again, knowing Nintendo, it might be kind of proprietary. They have a habit of that. They're not as bad now. They used to be like invite only to develop for them, but now they're embracing indie a little bit better. But yeah, they used to be that generation. But then yeah, you're basically making a Wi-Fi to Game Boy cable link SPI bridge. It's a cool project. I like it. And give me a slice. It is. Oh, tidy. Well, that worked. Not super happy with the code. The effect is what I'm going for, but I'll have to come back and tighten it up. This is just me. That I will put a hack in here. This is nasty. make it more explicit, and not in a sexual way, in a programming way. It more explicit. And what else do I want to do? I mean, time's it 10:30-ish. The next step. Some of this shit. The next step really is kind of the execution of the cards. No, sorry, the targeting went first. In a way, that was probably just as hard or just as simple as doing the reverse, placing out the timeline and then targeting. Because then the targeting would have had been a line. It would have been super janky. The targeting line would have been basically coming from the timeline, which is like kind of weird. I think this does feel a bit better. It definitely, unfortunately, requires a bit of a tutorial thing, and I'm sure there's much more streamlined ways it can be done. It's not discarding the card. That's because it's not writing the graph yet. So I'm probably gonna leave that bit. It's a natural stopping point. I think I'll carry on a bit longer. I'll still got some impact. Want to whatever these apps. Card UI. I wanted some hooks, didn't I? Where are my hooks at? Where are my to-dos at? Well, this is easy to do. I'll do this now by pulling that from here. Kind of want to wrap all this into one thing. Yeah, this can be into one thing. But I do want the graph, unfortunately. It kind of sucks. So I could make it simple, but I'm probably going to want the graph down here on my hooks. I think where else I would use this? Well, I'll be using it here. Okay, well, I can give it a graph. So I could say, okay, this is going to be a bit nasty. Nah, this is fair. Card details node is going to have a static method called get details, and it'll take the graph. So I still have hold of it. And what this will do, anybody who does read C# programming, this is actually a pretty new feature, I think. Well, I only discovered it maybe 6 months ago. You can return tuples. You can return multiple things from one method, which is kind of bad. So I could say, hey, give me this, and it could also give me this. And then you do a bar in front, and then you make this, and I could say that it returns 2 integers, I guess. Int, and just the same shit, basically. Nope. I guess the graph name is the same. I'll probably choose the graph name here. So this. Why the hell did you pull Tangletorn? It's not. Okay. No. It's confusing itself. What's the beef? Oh, of course. It's I had the graph right here. I'm doing focus. Don't need this. Oh shit. Cancel. Whoa. Okay, almost really done. Now it's return, charge. Ooh, another paragraph. Hold on, one sec. Charge duration, effect duration. That comes out here. So I have the same thing. Yeah, grab that. And now I can do the same thing over in. Where was I? In the hand UI? UIs. Card UI, sorry. Card UI. So I want to. This happens only when the card is changed. That's fine. And it is not expensive. Get the card details from the card graph. This is a little wasteful. This means running the graph. Oh, shit. Oh no, I'm not technically executing the graph. I'm only actually loading it up just to get one node. So it's not, this is actually not super heinous. I do unfortunately have to do that again. That's okay. Can I just, you know what, I'm gonna make another version of this. It's gonna be an overload, but that doesn't need this. Just literally does the same thing that passes the graph in from here. So it does that. And then returns the same field. Card. So then it will just return the details of the graph. Just a nice to have. And let's use the card UI. So now I don't need to set the graph. And now I have both these things, although I don't actually care about that. So I'll just underscore it out. And I do want to use this cost. Here we go. We need to rename some of these things. This should result in a shit ton of exceptions. This thing's gonna blow up for every card graph I've not made a thing for. So might as well do that now. Wait, I mean one of these. What 9 kills has to say here? It's good because it works. Starting point. Yep. That's the hard part though. The starting point. Oh. Yeah, clock sync. Yeah. I imagine there's gonna be a huge buffering stage. And then you can just match whatever clock they expect perfectly because it's not gonna be a microcontroller talking to another microcontroller through a cable. It's gonna be like your bridge is a middleman. It buffers the entire conversation, then sends it across with its clock sync, perfectly timed at like ideal conditions, and then gets back and then sends it back. So hopefully the time I haven't finished reading what you said. But hopefully there's no timeouts or expected response times. Because that would be with buffering that would be a bitch. Yeah, with the wireless package bundling, it's again a buffer would help you out there. You just keep holding on to it until you know you've got everything you need. And just like dump it across at the appropriate rate, I suppose. Open source 3 assembly that has fake local. Oh, that's cool. That's gonna be, if it's open source, it's gonna be a huge head start. Well, on one end of it at least. Cool project. I like it. Alright, so I have to go through all my cards and do some data entry. Fun. Okay, heal cards. Heal. Actually, I don't need to look at them. Need to look at those. I just need to look at them. It's pretty straightforward. Just make a new one of these. Unity. Come on, I got a wife and kids. I'm gonna make myself a quick drink. If this is still going like it back, I'm restarting something. Ah, Unity. Ah. Oh, I got some more Ninetales released so this thing crashes. Oh, this work is secure. Ah, it's not about the journey. Plus, if you can do it for just trading Pokemon stuff, there's literally nothing stopping you doing it for whatever else that game was used for. With some possible modifications, depending on how each game. I mean, if each game had its own proprietary communication protocol, possible. But yeah. So this should populate. Oh yeah, I was about to do data entry until maybe show itself. So each card graph. So here. Card details. I didn't mean to make that. That's good. Warm up. Totally unbalanced numbers. 2. Good. Alright, next. Oh no. Boom, boom, boom. I'm glad that's at the top of the list. 3. Luck of the draw. 4. And 1. I always worry, it's like, oh god, every time I add a new thing like this, it's gonna be such a hassle to go through the cards, like, and then you realize like it literally takes a minute. You need maybe 10 minutes if you have like a ton of cards, and you can automate. I can automate the process. This process completely. It's gonna be more than a minute. Slice up. Okay, this one should. This is another crazy test card that this particular slice will do exactly half the damage they have of do damage of exactly how much health they have left divided by 2. So you can't kill them with this card, this test card, but it will always take off half of their health. But this was mostly just to test some of the new event stuff we put in using some math. So you can see here is like when the event happens, the end goal is to immediately trigger the do damage, and that thing, the amount of damage it does, comes through a math node, which is the output of this mathematical operation, which is the input of A, and B, which is 2, and the operation is to divide, and the stat, the thing that feeds into A is the health. This is the smallest, it'll get bigger. The health of the target, which is the target of the ability. And so, then, yeah, can't kill him, but he has 0 warm up. I don't even know. This grap's not being used anymore. It's just a backup, I think. Zap. Sequence. You have like different moods, like you have like a Fibonacci mood and what like thoughts about that day? Get a second 3DS. Homebrew that one instead. And continue back up for the video. How much does 3DS go for these days? I also want to fund this project. It's a great project. Okay, this should not explode now, and we should have accurate numbers on all of the cards. Probably gonna blow up. I'd be disappointed if it didn't. No? No, that worked. That fonts. This is almost unreadable, but keep in mind it's very squished. And this isn't even the true resolution. This is running full screen. This is more like what you're looking at. So it's not as bad as it looks. Can't wait to make this thing look a bit nicer though. It's kind of my hideous. So that's that thing finished. I'm pretty much just second-hand 2DS for $100. Yeah, I mean 2DS is all you need for what you want to do, right? I'm assuming everything's identical. I mean, Wi-Fi wise, it's going to be TCP/IP, so it's not going to change between the two. Right, that looks fine. So this one might be SDX. This time. Get the charge time and event duration from. Yeah, I can do this too. I'm pretty much just getting low hanging fruit at this point. So this will significantly simplify. Not significantly, but it will simplify to an extent this place timeline event node. So now I have these card durations, charge duration, sorry, that's now also known as warm up. Effect duration. And now these kind of don't even exist. Which is going to make a lot of graphs a lot smaller and ruin all my alignment on my AI graph. Oh. That's not right here. Warm up. Yep. Also going to be. I don't know if it's instant casting is still a thing. I'm really not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure this is a thing. It should work, but. Oh, you got a second hand 2DS. Got a piece of Yeah, I'd hope their handshake is. I don't know. I've only developed for Nintendo once. Directly. Like I've worked on games that were ported eventually, but I've only directly worked on it once. That was for the Switch, and I have to say, the Switch was an absolute pleasure to work with as a piece of hardware. Also, this is like just after the release, and an incredibly piece of hardware. It's like Nintendo kind of grew up, and it was. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but there's a certification process you have to go through when you release a game on any kind of console, and the document for PlayStation 4 is over 400 pages. No, it's not 400 pages. So it's 70 pages. The certification process. You have to, it's certs, as we call them. You have to go through 70 pages of stuff. Xbox is about 50. The Switch was 7. And it was mostly like, yeah, just use common sense. Don't be a dick. Just, make sure the game runs and if something, don't no heinous bugs. It was like the Xbox One. The amount of effort I had to put into, I was porting a good friend of mine's game from PC to PS4, sorry, PS3, Switch, and Xbox 360. And the Xbox 360 one, like because the account you're bound to is tied to the controller, and which control, like it's a fucking nightmare. Because each controller can have an account bound to it, and if one controller runs out of batteries, you can probably see where I'm going with this. Like the amount of conditions, how escalating the amount of conditions. And if a controller runs out of batteries, it's supposed to have a fallback where it takes the next controller, but it really depends on so many different conditions. Sort of like controllers running out of batteries and save games and worse achievements because you could literally game this stuff. You could like pop some batteries out of a controller and then give an achievement to somebody on controller 2 who's down to the account. So you could just basically just freebie achievements. So like they make sense as certs, but bloody hell. Thankfully, there wasn't that many achievements in this guy's game, and it wasn't multiplayer. Thank fuck, because it's even more complicated with multiplayer. It was only ever single player, so it was only ever one controller. But there was still a lot of like battery issues and shit. But the Switch, absolute pleasure to work with. Saying that, the Xbox is also a pleasure to work with. The certification process sucks, but the Xbox is nice to work with. PlayStation 3, not working with PlayStation 4. PlayStation 3 was way too ahead of its time. It had like, God knows how many fucking CPU cores it had, older and crazy shit. And if you want to make a cross-platform game, there was nobody went out of their way to optimize for the PlayStation 4 because it was so different than PC, Xbox, well, the main other platforms at the time. It was so radically different, and nobody put the effort in. So, thank God the PS3 was powerful enough to hold its own without optimization. But nobody put the effort in because it was just not working.
Hey guys.
Hey, Flo.
Hey. How's this going?
Sorry, just getting near the end now.
Yeah.
Just kind of trying to find a good stopping point, but I keep finding little bits.
What was the top left thing I saw? It's like a bunch of spaces for icons.
Oh, this is the timeline stuff we're working on. A total placeholder UI right now. Like, ugly as sin, but I'm working right now. Oh, fuck, sorry. Oh, of course, yeah, that makes sense.
Is that new animation for drawing cards? It's a lot smoother, quicker.
Yeah, it's been a while. Oh no, that's because I got I've got it set to a default of 10 times animation, 10 times everything.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Testing purposes, everything is 10 times speed because I ain't got time for that.
Yeah.
And this is breaking because, of course, there is no details on. There are no card details on that because it's not a card catch. What are you doing? Okay, use this if it isn't. All right. So much for my optimization. These do have to stick around because they do exist for the AI. They don't exist for card-based stuff, but the AI still needs them. So I can't actually. I can. I can. I could put a boolean in here and just say used. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's make it so you can just say, hey, public, use card details. Is that a good name though? Use card details. I think it's a little good to know. And then these two guys will only exist if. Oh, that's convenient. That's right there. Wait for me. These two will only exist if that isn't a thing. So if not use card details, then you can specify, which means the AI will be fine. And if in this case, if you use card details, you might do. Yeah. Charge. Sorry, warm up. It's a charge duration. My naming needs to be coalesced soon. This duration thing, where is it? By now I can just use those. And if we don't have to call me event inf of one card graphs card. Information graph card.
I'm probably gonna head off. I just wanted to drop in to see how things are going. And thanks for going through the design doc and annotating a lot. I'm super happy with that.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I definitely will before our Wednesday meeting.
Yeah,
So
looking forward to working on getting some. Looking forward to showing both concepts to the backers to see
yeah.
I think it's going to be regardless of apples, there's definitely going to be some major crossover. I think.
Yeah, and Jib is writing up the other version of the design.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna make a demo for both, like we can actually interact with things. It's the only way that you can really get a feel for it, right?
Okay, so you're gonna make a demo actually for both.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you.
It'll take some time, but it's gonna be worth it, I think.
Yeah. I'm excited for it. All right. I'll catch you later. Night.
Good night, mate.
Okay.
Okay. So this should solve. Well, actually, I have to go in there. I should need to play them. These guys. Lost them. Why didn't you serialize them? I can't remember the warm up. I think they're both 3. Whatever. I'm not balancing stuff right now. Now everything's all pushed around. What is it? Nibble. Nibble could be 2. No balancing's happening. So, we're gonna do bite. It could be 3. There we go. Shield. Whatever. Beauty of not balancing. Oh, more stuff to read. Oh, wait. Ooh. Sorry, I missed that last thing you said. 90. She's fun sense. Oops. Thing is, every game project I worked on of my own specifically, especially mine, I make completely data driven. Like I don't want to make a non-moddable game. I have no interest. So everything will be. Anybody who wants to make it, if you want to make a Tangletorn total conversion into like a Star Wars game, like go right ahead. There's literally not going to be anything stopping them. All the art, all the sound, all the cards, everything, dialogue, everything is going to be moddable. So I don't say that lightly because it's a lot of work, but that's what gives. Like, we're just one team. We can have the best ideas we can possibly come up with, but we're just still one team. There's so many great ideas out there, and why make a game that's not moddable and not harness like all the great ideas? Yeah. So let's replace this here. Now it doesn't actually do anything yet. Advance. Boop. But it's ready to. I'm probably gonna call it on this at this point, at least on development. I don't mind hanging out and chatting, but I'm gonna give myself big old lollipops. I think there's only one ASDF left. But oh, it's fun. How would your motion engine? This is slightly foreboding. We have an emotion engine. Don't that's mostly secret though. That's all you need to know. Oh, this one's fun. To do live stream, make a bunch of cards. We need to make quite a bunch of cards actually. Thanks you guys. Think? Did I? Was that all? Huh, okay. Right, my stopping point's going to be here again, as I was before. See, I could have sworn there was more of these. What happened to them? To-dos. What the fuck's on these? I had ones with the ASDF in the front. Did I get through all those that quickly? Nah, to be fair, they were kind of simple ones. They just low-hanging fruit kind of things. So to do. I mean, this is actually pretty so straightforward. I kind of wanted to do it now. And then, but then the thing is, in my experience, don't leave yourself a really hard problem to pick up on. Leave yourself like an easy problem to pick up on. As much as I want to code this right now, I can probably do it in like 2 lines of code. a few lines of code spread around a bit. If I leave myself a bit of an easier thing to pick up on Wednesday, when our next dev session is, then you're fully warmed up and ready to go by the time you finish it. As opposed to leaving yourself a brick wall of a problem, or a what's next problem. So I'm trying to do my future self a favor here and give it something fairly easy. So to do. Actually, I almost had to code the thing just to create this thing properly. It's gonna be, well, it's actually more to yourself. Finish. Start/finish. Refactoring the old timeline class and trigger the on timeline event nodes for events. Yeah. Let's commit this fucker. What have I done today? Some sounds added. Up sounds. And created timeline events when using cards. Added cards details node. Things anything no, that's everything no will be. Off into cloud you go. Alright, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna tap out. Well, actually, I'm gonna watch a film.
Don't forget I want to say that one thing. I just wanted to mention that thing.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Once you,
I'll head over to the other spot.
yeah.
Alright, thank you peoples. Thank you so much for turning up and conversation as always. Incredibly, you have no idea how useful it is. Little bounce ideas. Even if I'm talking to an echo chamber, I know you guys. Well, we should switch on voice chat at some point. It seems like we've got like a core team here. So I love to hear something other than my own voice. And Ninetales, cool project. Keep me updated on that. I'd love to see where that goes. Yeah, sometimes talking to your rubber ducky. Another guy here. You guys are better rubber ducky. I mean, Jib's the best rubber ducky that a programmer could ever ask for. But he's an hour ahead now. So thanks, guys. Good night, all. Next Sunday. It seems like it's going to be a regular thing from now on. Yeah, keep me updated, Ninetales. I'd be interested in maybe I can lend a hand. I have a background in networking and some kind of protocol level stuff, but fascinating project nonetheless. Good night, guys. Peace. See you second, listen.
See you.